already heard about the role of the SAIs in enhancing accountability of health systems. So today we are also going to hear some more. Their role, but now more of engaging other stakeholders. And the first two presentations of the day, you are going to hear about which stakeholders the SAI engage and how their experiences are. So the first presentation I'm going to do is just to give you like an overview of how SAIs engage with the communities. So before they bring it up, maybe I could just start. So generally, it's important to engage communities. Communities here, we are talking about CSOs. It can be beneficiaries. And from yesterday, we sort of were seeing some of these discussions as to why it's important. Thank you. So it's important to engage communities because, first of all, it's a human right for everyone to be engaged in decisions that affect them. So you are not just doing this because you're making them happy, but it's a human right. And also, it builds trust between SAIs and communities. When you engage them, they get to know what you're doing. And also sometimes, depending on the engagement, it could be that you're engaging them to validate what you are doing. So it builds trust, which is very important because generally there's a lot of mistrust between beneficiaries and government agencies. So when you engage them, it sort of opens doors and the relationships. And from yesterday, we sort of, as part of the discussion, saw the importance of understanding the stakeholders that you deal with. Another reason why it's important, it's also a way to ensure that the audit is relevant to needs. So after you've conducted your audit before, sometimes it's good to engage community so that whatever audit findings you come up with, they are relevant and they can be responsive to the needs of the communities. Also, it can provide an avenue for ensuring dissemination of your audit findings. This is an area that most SAIs are very good at, disseminating their findings to communities. I don't know if it's me or it's there. So we went and checked around what are the common ways in which SAIs engage communities. And as I said, communities here, we mean civil societies and also beneficiaries. So there are several methods, and some of these are very common, and some of them are rare. Like the first one, participatory auditing. There are some SAIs that engage communities from the planning of the audit all the way to the validation of findings and dissemination of findings. So here is where you'll see SAIs planning with them, doing the actual audit with them, writing reports with them, disseminating with them. So this is one of those rare ways that not all SAIs engage in, but some do. The second method is citizen report cards. So this method is where SAIs would have what are known as report cards, send them to communities so that they can rate the implementers, so that they say whether the services they receive are up to par, whether they are responsive to their needs, and also even if the services are there. The other third method that is common among SAIs is our community scorecards. So it's called scorecards, but it's actually one method. So what happens is it's actually a process where you find that it begins by finding out from communities. There are tools. There are several tools that SAIs use. So they begin by finding out from communities what are the problems that they face in a certain service delivery area. and then they reach out to the service providers to try and find out of the problems that the communities have identified, why are the problems there. Then they also explain their bit, and then usually the third step is to now bring these two groups together. You bring the service deliveries, the service providers, and you bring the communities together, and then you try and talk it out so that they can manage expectations and understand each other, and then solutions and way forward come from there. And then they are implemented. Then in the final step, they come together again and people talk whether they are satisfied with the recommendations and the implementations of the recommendation. So it's a whole process. It's also one way that SAIs do it, but also not very common because it needs experts for you to do this, and also it can be expensive because of the very many steps involved and the tools used. The fourth way that is common among SAI is community advisory committees. So you find that some SAIs have sitting committees who every time they want to go to the communities, or if they want to validate their findings, they run it by them. It can be depending on the kinds of audit you want to do, or depending on the objectives of the audit. So some of these committees are one-off. Like again, depending on what you want to do, you present your findings to them, or you present the report to them, you get a feel, or you can also use it as a way of getting the implementers of getting the community to support you in enhancing the response of the implementers towards the recommendations you come up with. So that's also another common method that SAIs engage communities. Next slide, please. Thank you. So what are the common objectives? Why do SAIs feel the need to engage communities? So one way why this is done, sometimes they might need the community to rate the quality of the service that they are getting. So it might not necessarily be according to according to the set standards, because especially for some services, especially health, quality is mostly defined by the beneficiary. The service delivery can feel or can decide to provide a service in a manner that they feel is fit, but if the beneficiary feels that the service is not of quality, sometimes you might want to find out from the beneficiaries. For example, one common thing, if I can give you an example, you might be a doctor delivering a service. It depends on the beneficiaries. Studies show that for men, they might not want the consultation to be so long. So you just want to be asked, what's wrong? How did you wake up? That's it. But for women, sometimes if you want a doctor, they want you to open your eyes, they want you to feel your pulse, they want to ask you, how are you? You know, all those things. And if you don't do these things, the women will say, I don't feel like the service delivered by this doctor was of quality to me. But the men will say, it's okay. So it also depends on who you are trying to find out whether the services are of quality. But at the end of the day, especially for health services, usually it's the beneficiaries who decide. And sometimes as SAI, you might want to know, what do they feel of the quality of the services they are getting. Another way another common objective why SAIs engage community is to monitor service delivery. Like we said, you might not always be everywhere. And sometimes when you do the audits at your desk, or if you depend on the auditees to give you reports and you just read, sometimes you might not actually get a good feel of what is happening on the ground. So, and also sometimes some projects are long-term, and maybe you have been tasked we've been tasked with the responsibility of monitoring. So the community members who are on the ground, they're the ones who will be able to tell you. For example, if you get nice reports and they say, oh, we've delivered nets, but then maybe there are people who sign the nets, maybe there are even trainings that were happening, but then you might need to have community members who tell you whether the nets actually reach the intended beneficiaries, because sometimes implementers may just do things without actually checking the nitty-gritties or even checking whether the vulnerable are reached. So you might need to have a community members on the ground or CSOs to actually monitor and tell you how things are happening on the ground. Another thing, another common objective of engagement, SAIs also might engage communities to evaluate performance of the auditee for the same reasons I've provided. Another common way that most SAIs do, disseminating findings. You see most of you have social media handles. You'll put your audit findings there. Sometimes you might seek opinion from different community members and CSOs about issues. So that's a common method, disseminating findings. Also, to get support on following up on audit recommendations. Mr. Domelevu already gave us an idea of that, of how that happens and how he managed to do that during his tenure. And to validate audit findings, I've also alluded to that, how that happens. Oh, that one is not clear, thank you. And then, I think the battery to this thing is dead. Okay. So generally, how long can SAIs engage the community? So the duration of engagement, it depends on the objective. Why do you want to engage them? If it's to validate findings, that's just a one-off. You call them to a meeting, you present the findings, done. If it's, for example, to monitor a project, depends on the duration of the project, you might engage them for longer. So it depends on the objective of the audit work, but it's also influenced by the resources available. Some engagement methods are expensive. Some engagement methods might need tools that might not be readily available to you. So it depends on and also human resources. Like for example, for the community scorecard, if you don't have an expert within your team who can help you run through this community scorecard process, it might affect whether you do it because you don't have resources internally to do that. And then it can also be one-off, like I said, to validate funding, or ongoing. Like for example, if you have a committee. However, one thing that you need to note is most people like having like what they call community committees. So you find that there is this committee that you are always going to when you want to validate your findings, when you want to seek clarification for things. And one mistake that most SAIs would do, you have committee members for life. They are there, they are seasoned. The problem with that is with time, they sort of know what you want and they become part of you. Because some of these committees, they are volunteering positions, but for community members, you might find that because, in as much as they are volunteers, you might need to give them allowances. So that might bring in bias. So if you have members who are there for a long time, they might no longer be achieving the objectives. So even if you come up with a committee, you need to be very clear how long it takes for those committee members to be in that group, because after some time you might need to change them. Otherwise, you'll not be meeting your objectives. Another example I can give is, let's say you have a committee about what they think about the quality of services being provided by an intervention. But you know, age is transitional. So if you leave them there forever, then you have people who are in the group who are no longer young, but you're there saying, oh yeah, we have a group that is made up of youths. People are not youths forever, you know. If it's, for example, maybe there were adolescent girls and young women, at the point where they get married and they become mothers, they cease to be important to that group. So one thing you need to know is those committees, even if you have them, they are transitional, and you need to keep checking whether they are still meeting your needs. Next slide, please. So what you need to keep in mind is, in as much as engagement is, we all agree that engagement is good, it's a human right. That one is a given. But the interesting thing is, community members need to be motivated, even CSOs. They need to be motivated for them to engage with you. And usually one mistake that we think is, for example, if there's an allowance, you think that that is good enough. The problem with using money to motivate people, money is never enough. They will keep coming to you and telling you, oh, we know you are giving us this much, but now it's not enough. The fuel costs have gone high. The cost of living is high. So it's not good to always use money. One best way of motivating them is to ensure that this engagement is reciprocal. So as you're getting meeting your objectives in the group, you need to have a member that is also getting motivation, but intrinsic. Maybe, for example, if it's you're checking on the quality of service, you might consider having the people who the service is intended for in that group. That way, when they are participating, They are looking at it as a way of directly influencing service provision for something that actually benefits them. And then also, when you're doing this, thank you. So when you're doing this, also you have to keep up with the changing preferences and technology. So don't only stick to one way of engaging, and also think about the people you are engaging. For example, young people. Maybe when you began engaging them, you are using WhatsApp. Young people are really versatile. After a month later, they are on TikTok. The next month, they are on Facebook. After 3 months, Facebook is now for old people. They have moved. So you have to keep on thinking of how do I keep up with the preferences of the people that I'm engaging. Maybe initially it was physical meetings. COVID came. Nowadays, nobody likes physical meetings. People just want online. So you have to keep up. Don't stick to one way of engaging people. If you're using Twitter, nowadays it's called X. If you're using Twitter, you have to also think, how else can I engage? There are always new ways of engaging people. So you need to keep up, and as much as possible, use technology. And then feedback loops are very important. Think about it this way. If there is this person that you keep talking to, and they are not responding to you, what would you do? You stop talking to them. So even when you put those nice audit findings there, please check the comments. Are there comments coming in? What are your people saying? Don't just put things and you're happy. You're like, oh yeah, we put our report there and we are happy, and yes. So keep checking, keep engaging people. Even when people put comments, in where I used to work before, we used to have this thing known as Twitterthon, where once in a month, all departments will go to social media and respond to each comment that came to whatever output you put up there. Everybody had to respond, the technical people. Because usually what we do, you find that we give the comms team things to upload, whether it's on the website, in the social media, we just check to make sure it's there and we are happy. But then you find their reports, there are people commenting, and then sometimes most of them in that, most of the people in those websites and handling our social media handles, some of them, mostly they are junior staff. So sometimes they also find it difficult to access the technical people and tell them, oh, by the way, that report you put up, there's this comment you need to address. So you need to keep on talking to people, because if people are providing you with feedbacks and you're not giving them back their reports, they will stop talking to you. And then also create safe and trusting environment to enable input. In our communities, government are very senior people. So when you meet, for example, with community members, depending on who you are meeting, like for example, rural, the young people, you have to first of all acknowledge and address power imbalances. So when you go there, you have to think, you have to be very sensitive to the cultural preferences. You have to think about how to tone this down. You know, like I know auditors, you like putting on suits. You don't go to a community meeting with suits. That one you put barriers. You don't go with laptops. In some communities, you just go there and open a laptop. You've blocked. You'll never get the feedback you want. So you have to ask yourself, where is this I'm going? In some communities, for example, women, you know, you have to dress decently. I know it's my dress, my choice, but you have to acknowledge the sum of these things. Because at the end of the day, you are doing this thing to support your work. And then you also have to share decision making. Sometimes government officials forget. You go to a community meeting, somebody's there, they feel, oh, you know, this is how things should be done. But you're there thinking, no, I'm the expert. I know what I'm telling you, this can't work, you know. So you have to share that decision making. And if somebody comes up with something that you feel might not work, rather than shut it down, try as much as possible to explain to them why you feel this might work. Otherwise, the next time you call people to provide you with feedback, you'll get no one. So I think that wraps up the discussion. Maybe we get like 2 reactions or 3 before we call in Krefiaf.
Thank you very much. I think very, very insightful presentation. I wanted to maybe ask the size in the room. How many are using this, I would say, technique or approach for the audit of the Global Fund, for those who did the Global Fund already, or in general? And because I think it's something that could be very much, you know, effective in the way we're doing the audit, especially for us. You know, sometimes we don't want only to look at figures, we're also very much interested as to whether, you know, the investment has really been able to reach the end beneficiary. So just to have a few reactions. Over.
I don't know whether you had the, oh, sorry, Nigeria, you want to respond? There's a question asked by Eric if any size in the room have been able to perform or to conduct any of the different community engagement methods that are up there. Yeah, so, okay. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Domalov.
Yes, I can say that I recall in Ghana we did a lot as far as that was concerned, and because we thought we owe duty to the community or the society in general, we did several things, including engaging civil societies most of the times to understand what are the burning issues on the ground, especially they are concerned about misuse of public funds and corruption. We engaged the media also to do this, but we also created an online platform which is called Citizen Eye. If you go to Apple or any of the websites and you just Google Citizen Eye, it was thanks to GIZ, they brought it and we embraced it with speed. So we adopted it, but to be honest with you, the influx of information and the reporting, it was so much that I always told our people, our integrity is at stake. We asked for it, and so we must live up to it. And we had a whole unit responding to these issues because they take it to the various units of the service and responding to it. And most of the big audits which touch on corruption came from the society. They hint you that this is happening here, and you go in and it was the case. So it was very, very useful to us. People wondered why we were able to touch on some corruptions which they thought were so hidden. But you know, to be honest with you, even in public service, where the stealing is happening, among 10 people who are stealing, at least there's 1 or 2 who are not happy. So, yes. So they use anything. Just give us the facts and where we can find it. So they use that platform to point us that if you come to the room, go to the table at the left corner. And and if you see 2 ladies sitting together, the one on the right is the one we are talking about. Yes, at times they even give source documents to support their claims, and you go on the ground and it was exactly what it was. To be very honest with you, there was one very interesting action I was popular with or unpopular with. That is when I surcharged the senior minister. It came from a whistleblower. It's a whistleblower from his own office who informed me about the transaction, that this payment is for no work done. They just shared the money and gave me all the supporting documents. So now the auditors went on the ground and found exactly the same thing. So we had no option than to hit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Domelov. Yes, Uzaifa?
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm really feeling very happy to see that we are discussing this topic today. And it's interesting that to see the response to what Eric asked, that there is really not so much out there actually happening. So it means that we need to do more, look at this a little bit more carefully. I think for me, the way I see it is that, you know, we need to shift from this role of civil society versus government, where quite often you find civil society are involved in naming and shaming and blaming government. So, and that's an important role, but actually what we should look for is really true partnerships, you know, and I think that's where, because there is, and really look at how civil society can add value. So when it comes to the work of the OAG, Auditor General and really looking at, programmatic audits in the health sector when it comes to, performance audits. I think that there is a space there for civil society to come in as a partner to the Auditor General. And I think there's room there to kind of explore that a little bit more and kind of see how we can develop that as a really true partnership and move away from that pointing fingers type of approach, which has its value, of course, but for me, it's really to look at how to do that partnership. So, yeah, so I'm really very interested to learn more about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more reactions? Yes. Sai Malawi, then we come to DRC.
Thank you very much. For Sai Malawi, we have partially used the citizen advisory committees as one of the methodology to collect evidence. For instance, in the health facilities, they do have what they call the HAC committee. These committees are the ones which are involved in the receiving of the medical supplies and drugs once they have arrived at the health facility. These community committees are the ones that come in and act as witnesses that these materials have actually arrived at the place, and they sign on the delivery notes. So we conducted some focus group meetings with the members of the committee to establish whether they were involved in the receipt of the medical supplies and whether they indeed signed on the forms. And we tried to establish whether the signatures were actually authentic or not, or whether they belonged to some of the members of the staff within the hospital, pretending as if they were the HAC committees. So that's what we have used, and it has been helpful to notice whether indeed the drugs were arriving in the right quantities, and also in the manner how they were in the packages that they were supposed to be received, and whether they had arrived at the actual and intended health facilities where they were supposed to be delivered. Thank you.
Merci bien pour la RDC. C'est que nous avons mis en place une ligne que nous appelons la ligne de redevabilité. Nous expliquons à la population, à la communauté, comment utiliser la ligne. Elle est gratuite, elle est anonyme. Et la communauté nous détermine seulement qu'est-ce qui s'est réellement passé. Tous les abus dans le secteur de la santé, en tout cas, sont transmis par cette ligne-là. Et une fois qu'on a collectionné toutes les dénonciations, on les analyse tout d'abord pour voir s'il y a un sens dans ce qu'on a dénoncé. Et nous envoyons des équipes sur terrain pour aller maintenant faire des enquêtes. Et très souvent, on découvre qu'on a déplacé des médicaments, on a déplacé même des postes de télévision qui étaient pour les malades à l'hôpital, on a déplacé ceci. Ça a vraiment un effet, la communauté est totalement impliquée parce qu'ils savent qu'ils ne seront jamais connus, ils ne payent rien, mais au moins ils font la surveillance de tout ce qu'il y a comme investissement dans le secteur de la santé. Sur les 26 provinces, on a déjà installé ça dans 9 provinces.
Thank you. So what we all agree is that there's benefit to this, and clearly not all of us have actually maybe conducted some or utilized some of these methods. But like as we said in the resource mobilization training, remember the first meeting on Monday, community can actually be your resource. Think of them as your resource. It will save you time, like what Mr. Domelevu has given us as an example. Rather than you go to the office, try and scrutinize, check all reports, you might just get a screenshot of this is the report, it is in this corner, it is this person. So there's benefits to this. And also in the communities that I mean even CSOs, even the experts that we keep saying that, for example, it's difficult for us to do some of these audits because we don't have experts internally. Some of these experts are also available with CSOs or even with communities. So this is something we need to think about as size, because it's something that we all agree or we have actually seen it can work. So thank you. Oh, sorry, Uganda, please add.
No, I just wanted to share an experience to add that engaging the citizens is one way of adding value to the audits that we do. The experience in Uganda is that we have got a separate department for stakeholder engagement. We have got an app, the Citizen Feedback Platform, and what we do is all the stakeholders from all spectrum, health, education, water, workshops are conducted twice a year at the beginning on the outcome of the reports, because you know the reports written are technical in a language to the parliamentarians. So you want to really, in simple terms, explain what each report is. So there's a forum whereby at least that's an opportunity to engage at the beginning, so that now any issues that arise in a spectrum of areas, be it health, education, are picked up at the beginning, so that when the audit year begins, at least that is taken care of. And then, of course, on the feedback platform, you can register and give any complaint anonymously. Yeah, that's just the experience I wanted to share. Yes.
Thank you, Uganda. Thank you, everyone. So we will continue with these discussions today, maybe individually, informally, so that we can see how best practices, how to support each other. Without further ado, I'd like to invite Krefiaf, Gilles, to come and do the next presentation. Thank you.
Bonjour à tous. Je suis Irénée Gilles Zanmilo du CREFIAF, où je suis manager, et je serai donc votre humble serviteur pour cette présentation, voilà, qui est tout de suite positionnée et qui nous permettra de prolonger effectivement les échanges que nous venons de commencer effectivement de la manière avec laquelle nous devons impliquer nos parties prenantes. Alors, un effort a été fait, bien évidemment, de vous proposer un support qui est traduit pour vous permettre de rester un peu immergé dans le cadre des échanges que nous aurons. Ne soyez pas très tatillons sur la qualité de la traduction, mais l'idée, c'est vraiment de vous maintenir un peu immergé. Alors, ce que je vous propose, effectivement, s'agissant de ce thème qui porte sur promouvoir l'engagement et la participation des parties prenantes, ainsi que les opportunités de collaboration, je vous propose effectivement d'envisager ces échanges en s'appuyant sur trois principales questions. D'abord, la question de l'importance, effectivement, liée à la relation qui doit être établie, effectivement, entre les différentes parties prenantes et bien sûr les institutions supérieures de contrôle. Les SAI, comme on pourrait également les abréger, ou bien les ISC. Chaque fois, je ferai effectivement allusion aux institutions supérieures de contrôle des finances publiques. Alors, la question également de quels sont les axes de travail sur lesquels les institutions supérieures de contrôle peuvent travailler effectivement pour améliorer et maintenir effectivement cet engagement des parties prenantes. Parce que comme on va bien évidemment le voir, l'institution supérieure de contrôle des finances publiques a effectivement un rôle majeur à jouer dans la manière avec laquelle les différentes parties prenantes devraient pouvoir interagir avec elle. Et puis enfin, nous aurons la possibilité d'envisager quels sont les différents cadres, les possibilités effectivement de collaboration sur lesquelles effectivement, on peut également en travailler. Et puis, quelles sont les techniques sur lesquelles on pourrait effectivement revenir. Alors, en termes d'importance...
Talking about the pertinence or the importance, it's important to bear in mind that we can say that the stakeholders' involvement is something that is compulsory. It's not done with at liberty, but because it involves our institution. If you see clearly the role of the auditor, etymologically, when you talk about auditing, we talk about the auditor. That is somebody who is listening to when he's listening to somebody, you are in relation with that person who is interacting with you. It can be different parties that are responsible for the parties that we audit, those we have the responsibility, the duty of auditing, and we ought to be audited. So most of the time they are the citizenry who benefit from the different deliveries, like health programs, and it's also as well the parliament to whom we submit the report on the recommendation of whatever we undertake, and all these persons in one way or another influence our work and its performance. And as we're going to see it, it's the whole set of the stakeholders as the civil society and other players, and we're going to see how they can contribute to better the work of the auditors, the auditing of public finances. As I was saying, it's an important question for CSOs, and it's a compelling question. It's a question that is in reality, that is a central question. The centrality of this question pertains to the control of public finances, and there's a number of programs, a number of reflection frameworks, and for us there's a number of pillars we can hinge on. And yesterday we had an excellent presentation by Alpha Psi that came back on the role and responsibilities of science and public finances, and of course when they present that triangle highlighting the principles of values and advantage and benefits of controlling public finance. And one of these pillars is to do such that science be able to be attentive to the challenges that the citizenry are facing, and also the expectations of the expectations of the various stakeholders, and obviously also the emerging risks that are related to situations like new technologies that can be implemented and that can have to contribute in the implementation of a number of programs. It's a major aspect, and this importance we should all be aware of it, because there is a number of work streams that we should emphasize to better promote this collaboration, this stakeholders engagement in such a way that the work of our institutions bears value. And one of the work streams is to put ourselves in the perspective of ensuring some sort of visibility of the work of the auditors, and that we should invest in that to enhance the visibility of the institution. And for the institution to be visible, in reality there is a communication need that the institution should cover, because this communication need should determine the role, the stakes that are that of course will derive from the institution, and what are the audit conclusions that are achieving that can pertain to a number of programs, health programs and else. This is to say that the institution, in order to enter in relation with other stakeholders, they should enhance collaboration, and this is what the science does, and in which it's where it's involved, it's engaged, and in what approach it's undertaking to achieve this, to attain the objectives. It's a good thing for all the stakeholders, the communities, the citizenry, the civil society organizations. They all should understand the methods that we use to get to our audit conclusions. This is can contribute to build up a collaboration approach, and this puts us inevitably in a relationship on the road with media. We can't do without them, and then through them we can communicate to the various populations, and we participate in one way or another, even through public debates, and convey a number of messages on which the community can build up and weave the culture of accountability, a culture of evaluation, accountability, delivery in matters of health, because these are the questions of concern in our exchanges. It's also about participating in public debates, but it can also enable our science to interact and also give the government reflections, frameworks in order to engage in reforms of laws and regulations of our institutions. The second work stream in which our institutions should always work hard is on how to build up trust within our different stakeholders. How do we build up trust, confidence? And many people have not perceived this, but when you tackle the question of stakeholders, people tend to see the external parties, the donors, the parliament, communities in charge of monitoring, but they also tend to look down the internal stakeholders who constitute the size, the leaders themselves, and auditors who should be sufficiently trained and should be professionals in their work in order to deliver quality, because building up trust is based on the credibility of the auditors in the size. And as we know, in our community, building up credibility is about working on the quality of relationship and reports. We should have that a certain level of confidence, trust not the size the auditors declare on finances, and also work on the professionalism of the auditors, and do such that this trust should echo largely in a positive way. And it's also important, and work stream that is very important, to demonstrate that the SAIS is an autonomous, independent organization that can generate, that can produce, communicate on conclusions, on audit outcomes that are that are dependable, and that is the aspect that's related to your capacity to, of course, to be to respond to the level of the stakeholders' queries. And then we're going to see the number of techniques that we can adopt to put in place this communication channel. And the third one, the third working stream, is to bring the size to develop involvement or engagement strategies. Size should understand they should understand that actually it's through their initiative that should be able to involve a number of stakeholders, namely the communities, the government, and so etc. They should understand that they should have a good understanding of what they would like to derive from that collaboration, and structure a clear vision and put in place strategies that can enable them to improve, to enhance their performance in line with accountability. And the problematic here is very much based on communication. How do we set up communication? Is it a one-way communication, or a two-way, or a way communication with all the stakeholders? I'd like that at the end of this presentation, and that will be the last point we're going to tackle about how can we structure this collaboration in line with the way the size can operate. And one of the first framework at the end of which we can envisage this collaboration is in the audit process, and we very much talked about the capacity of a number of stakeholders and donors who are to influence the audit topic at the moment of planning our audits, and plan a collaboration in line with the achievement of our audit and etc. And line, of course, with issuing the recommendations. If we can halt a bit, we can also see that at the level of the selecting of auditing topics, we can see what can be done to choices that are made by size to cover their mandate. Most of the time, it's a whole process of strategic planning within our size, but it should be always inclusive and should enable all our size to take largely into account whatever is relayed by the media, what is broadcast by the relayed by communities, because we are talking about them. But then, because we have weaved communication channels with the communities, bear that in mind and see the recommended that formulated by the expectations from Parliament, from the donors. So there's a number of channels we can take, and so enable that the strategy at the level of strategic planning, auditing should have this inclusive approach that allows us, our stakeholders, to see if their needs are cared for. And as you can see, we can set up exchange, interacting platforms, and part of what we understood should be done with the community. We can set up exchange platforms and tap and take advantage of what is being presented there, and instead of having them physically, can also have that opportunities and weave relationships that can contribute to the improvement of auditing and other valuable initiatives in matters of health. But it's also about the capacity of the institution to meet the needs of that have been presented. The donors can also submit, ask to achieve a specific mandate, and the institution should always remain free to accept it. But it's at this point that we have to define some aspects of logistics. There are techniques that can lead the institution at a point where it can cover a number of activities and coordinate this with a number of partners, with other, of course, auditing institutes. We talked about the Auditor's General Office. We talked about other private auditors. We talked about the situation where the institution can work a number of plans, and while others institutes are covering another aspect, and this can also give you a global assurance of the administration of managing these grants. There's a number of techniques that at the level of planning, and that is the risk evaluation should be inclusive, that communication channel should enable top-up, down-up communication to feed the way you are going to select and do your audit, and consider also the expectations of your stakeholders. And a while ago I was of course very sensitive to what has been reported by the former Auditor General of Ghana. I remember this round table where they communicated around the Citizen Eye application that enabled the citizenry to carry a number of denunciations. And if you go to the Cameroon, you're going to see they put in place a process that is an emergency blow whistling platform. It gives space to the citizens in an anonymous way to make denunciations and presenting files that can bring the institution to react timely. And what you have to say that it's at the stakeholders engagement, the trust that I was talking about a while ago is can also be built on traditional channels that we have always used, but it can also need sort of innovation, because the people can do timely interventions and timely work, because we should not always ask for the worst to happen to denounce something. It's in this perspective that some institutions carry preventive auditing, and some institutions practice what they call punctual investigations, and this is linked up with the type of collaboration with the stakeholders. And in the auditing process, we also have the possibility to achieve cooperative auditing at CREFIAF. A lot of cooperative collaborative auditing has been conducted in Cameroon, in Togo, with the auditing department through Gavi investigation. There, cooperative auditing, it's a way of reviving this collaboration, and this came from the initiative of our organization of the civil society. And when these auditing are organized, the contribution of this the OS says stakeholders is very useful. So you also have to put in place treatment and whistleblowing channels by the citizenry, and also the issue of the organization, civil society organizations is very important, because they have an important role to play, and we need to train them to form. It's important to equip them with tools for better analyzing what is the care that are administered by the health program. It's a role that our institution can endorse in the way this can achieve the systems monitoring in the implementation of this program. And there are several techniques for doing this, and we can come back to this. Also, at the time of preparing our report, we should encourage insights to make the reports more legible, concise, understandable, and it's at this junction that now the feedback of the reaction of the citizenry can be instrumental. We should always plan such that we enable the populations operate in the implementation for monitoring the implementation of these programs, so that they can be able to give a feedback. And there's an interesting problematic here on the follow-up of the recommendations. And with regard to this, it's effectively the donors as an important stakeholder can contribute and use be used as a pressure group on the government, and the conditionalities that have been requested by many. We should not reconduct, instead of not reconducting the grant the next year if there has been a problem, but it's good to be important to put in place a lobby that can be structured at their level. This is to say that collaboration in the auditing collaboration is important. I'd like to end with other forms of collaboration that we can of course put in place in capacity building for the independence of oversight, and for all these that pertains in the you're working hand in hand with other stakeholders, not just to fine-tune our report, but also to play our role and also have the legislative power as a stakeholder that can help in the enforcement of these recommendations. And this is true for the SIs, true even at sub-regional level at CREFIAF. For example, set of challenges brings the SIs to set up their strategies, understand them and optimize them for their performance, and also do such that these strategies can be for the service of the citizenry, because what is more important is to make impact, to create impact in the lives of the citizens. And at this junction, I have finished my presentation. Thank you.
Des questions?
So if we have comments, suggestions, or questions, I'll be happy to take them. Yes.
For a very good presentation. It's just a comment from us, Sai Malawi, that we totally agree with most of the issues that you have presented. And to buttress the point, just to report on the current situation in Sai Malawi is that we have a stakeholder engagement strategy, which we are following at the moment. And just recently, we have engaged the CSOs on a very serious note, and we have developed the memorandum of understanding as to the areas that we can collaborate. And most of the areas are the ones that you have actually highlighted. Like some of the obligations on our part is that we need to ensure that the CSOs have the capacity to understand the audit reports that we issue, so that if they are going to assist us in the advocacy or in ensuring that the recommendations are implemented in the pushing, they should be in the know and they should be working on something that they are very knowledgeable of. And yesterday, if you remember, there was a presentation from SAI Tanzania by Wendy. She mentioned something like the citizens' report. In our recent engagements with SAI Tanzania, we also learned and they thought of also adopting that. And in the memorandum of understanding, we agreed with the CSOs that they should take part in assisting us in developing the citizens' report. So our obligation there is to provide the information that is very clear to them, so that they can also, with their expertise, help us to come up with the citizens' reports that are well understood by the masses. Just to mention a few issues that are in the memorandum of understanding. Thank you very much.
Oui, merci pour cette intervention. Il y a une autre contribution, une préoccupation. Alors, oui, Charles.
Thank you for the presentation. I just want to ask a question with regards to peer review. And I'm looking at this from the point of view that as we are looking to begin to engage with you as donors, right? It could be Global Fund Gavi, maybe other donors. And as you are shifting a little bit your focus to also work with us, is there a mechanism in place to kind of encourage peer review between SAS to ensure alignment of the quality and of the reports, and as well as to ensure that there is consistency in the way you approach or SAI's approach audits in general? Is that clear?
Alors, j'espère avoir, je crois avoir saisi. J'espère que la traduction a été fidèle. Mais je crois que la question était de savoir comment est-ce que la relation entre les pairs contribue à bonifier effectivement la qualité des rapports d'audit. C'est bien ça?
C'est plutôt d'assurer, de voir si vous pouvez encourager une sorte de peer review.
Oui, revue par les pairs.
Entre les auditeurs.
Oui, oui.
Pour assurer la même qualité. Et
oui,
puis,
oui.
Et voilà, donc c'est surtout vers cette direction-là.
Alors, au niveau effectivement de la communauté des IEC, il y a un certain nombre de mécanismes effectivement qui sont prévus, notamment effectivement la revue par les pairs. Et elle ne touche pas seulement effectivement nécessairement les audits, mais peut également toucher de manière globale même la gouvernance d'une institution supérieure de contrôle des finances publiques, mais qui déteint nécessairement sur la qualité des audits et puis des processus effectivement de contrôle qualité, par exemple, qui s'y opèrent. Et c'est en cela effectivement qu'une autre institution supérieure de contrôle des finances publiques, à l'initiative d'une autre ISC, peut être effectivement invitée à donner cette assurance-là des processus qui sont mis en œuvre en son sein et qui concourent effectivement à faire en sorte que les résultats auxquels elle aboutit dans le cadre effectivement de ces audits puissent être de qualité. Mais c'est des processus effectivement qui sont prévus effectivement à l'initiative de l'institution supérieure de contrôle des finances publiques. Cette revue également peut être envisagée même en intégrant aussi un certain nombre de partenaires, hein, même pas seulement les autres institutions supérieures de contrôle des finances publiques, mais là je vous parlais de ce qui est fait au niveau de la communauté Lientosai. Mais il est également intéressant et peut être également intéressant dans une approche beaucoup plus globale, effectivement, l'implication d'un certain nombre de parties prenantes, d'intégrer d'autres types de parties prenantes également qui puissent également réaliser un peu cette revue-là de la qualité, effectivement, des audits qui sont réalisés par les institutions supérieures de contrôle des finances publiques. Donc, c'est quelque chose, effectivement, qui peut être fait, c'est prévu, et la revue par les pairs, effectivement, c'est l'un des bons mécanismes, effectivement, pour obtenir, effectivement, cette assurance-là. Mais ce qu'il faut également dire, c'est que dans la communauté, effectivement, des ISC, alors vous parlez des pairs, moi, je comprends cela, effectivement, entre les IEC elles-mêmes. Mais il y a également un certain nombre d'outils également qui ont été développés pour évaluer effectivement le niveau de maturité des IEC. Et la maturité effectivement des IEC, ça intègre toutes ces composantes-là, à la fois toutes les questions qui sont étroitement liées à l'indépendance, mais aussi tous les aspects qui ont trait effectivement à la qualité des audits. Donc, c'est des questions qui sont essentielles et vous l'avez parfaitement dit, la revue par les pairs, et je vous le confirme, c'est quelque chose qui est envisageable et qui est prévu effectivement dans la communauté entre les pairs. Oui. Oui.
Yes, thank you. I think in your presentation, I like the fact that you are looking at stakeholder engagement, but I also think it looks a bit of one way. You are looking at how you can engage stakeholders. What is also the process in place to also ensure that you are also, or the sites are also seen as stakeholders? Because when you talk about strategic planning and then partners coming on board to sort of contribute to your strategic planning, remember that you are planning based on normally programs that have already taken place or that are going to take place. Now the challenge here is if you have a design which is faulty from the beginning, that is to say that the program is faulty or has been designed with some weaknesses. Now when the stakeholders come to your strategic planning, what is going to happen is that they are going to influence it so that it can match the program that has defects. So I am looking more at being proactive and assertive and rather taking a seat at the table to influence it right from the beginning. Remember yesterday Charles talked about preventive, right? So I think that is the more, forward-looking approach at getting the seat at the table so that you influence it from the beginning so that the corrective measures are even limited and we have more preventive measures. So what measures do you have in place to ensure that?
Alors, je voudrais déjà vous rassurer, peut-être que c'est effectivement un bon retour, effectivement un bon feedback de la présentation que j'ai pu faire, mais vraiment loin de moi de garder vraiment à l'esprit que l'implication, elle se fait effectivement dans un sens. L'idée, effectivement, c'est de se dire que l'ISC, l'Institution supérieure de contrôle des finances publiques, doit garder le contrôle de l'implication effectivement de ses parties prenantes. Parce que comme on l'a vu, elle n'est pas sans risque. Donc il faut également envisager les risques effectivement de désinformation, de déstructuration effectivement de nos processus. Donc c'est quelque chose qui doit être déterminé au niveau de l'institution. Est-ce que je voudrais que ma communication avec les parties prenantes soit à un sens, c'est-à-dire qu'à sens unique, ou alors est-ce que je voudrais que cette communication-là, qu'elle soit vraiment dans les deux sens, qu'elle soit interactive, que je puisse également me nourrir de toutes les informations qui peuvent m'être remontées effectivement par ces parties prenantes dans les communautés auxquelles nous faisions allusion tout à l'heure. Et je vous parlais de la procédure de la vérification d'urgence qui permet de traiter les dénonciations. Je vous faisais un rappel notamment de l'application auquel le Ghana a fait allusion et qui permet également de traiter les dénonciations. Je vous ai également montré tout ce qui est comme numéro vert que vous pouvez mettre en place, tout ce qui est comme plateforme effectivement d'échange et de collaboration avec ces parties prenantes. C'est effectivement de vous mettre dans une dimension, parfois de véhiculer simplement des messages, mais également de recevoir effectivement les informations qui peuvent être remontées par un certain nombre de canaux. Et au moment de la planification, il y a effectivement plusieurs moyens de capitaliser cela. Ce n'est pas nécessairement au moment de la planification parce que quand on est dans une démarche d'engagement des parties prenantes, en réalité, on a une base de données qu'on entretient. C'est qu'on est dans un échange permanent avec nos parties prenantes et, par exemple, quand on a des réunions avec des commissions parlementaires, on peut s'enquérir effectivement de leurs attentes. Quand on a des plateformes de collaboration avec des bailleurs, on peut s'enquérir effectivement de leurs attentes. Quand on entretient nos dossiers permanents sur un ensemble d'entités effectivement qui œuvrent à mettre en œuvre les programmes, on a effectivement une base de données qui est enrichie et qui fait qu'on peut l'exploiter au moment effectivement de la planification. Ce n'est pas nécessairement lorsque cette planification-là, elle se met en œuvre. Mais il y a également des mécanismes qui peuvent être mis en œuvre au moment effectivement de la planification. C'est de procéder par exemple à des consultations, de faire en sorte que lorsque vous avez planifié, lorsque vous avez défini les termes de référence de vos travaux, de les faire par exemple, de les soumettre à un certain nombre de partenaires.
Or some other stakeholders like in the parliamentary, so that we can get what the expectations they have. And in terms of prevention, I hope I understood the question that you brought, if the interpretation was trustworthy. It's regarding the size should work on the prevention as well. The prevention of mismanagement, of other issues that can happen during the program. And this is done through trainings. I was talking about the civil societies. They have a role to play. I talked about other actors or stakeholders. So we can also do some trainings to bring a certain culture of audits. This is also something we do. In terms of prevention, we also have the presentation finished with a recommendation where they said that from the people from Congo, the SAI from Congo is asking the SAI from Rwanda to try to help them improve the way they do things. And we have other collaboration that are done between the SAIs. So it's all these ways for the SAIs to be able to operate and to realize these prevention acts. And it's done most of the time through trainings, but also in public debates, because they should be able to interact with some stakeholders to be able to convey some message and be able that they're really understood and owned by the people. So it's really a communication on both ways. So to suggest that collaboration, but also to be reactive in terms of the expectation that can be brought from down up, so that you can take them into consideration in your process. I don't know if I answered your question. Thank you very much.
Voilà. Alors.
So I think there is no more questions, so I will give back the floor to the moderator. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Jill, for that wonderful presentation. For the interest of time, we give you 15 minutes for coffee break, kindly, so that we can continue with the next session. Let's go for the coffee break right now. Thank you.
So maybe have your focus on the green line, because this is the one that is the average one. So what did I try to do? I said, we have done some training, one in 2019, one in 2020 or 2021, and then one this year. So the one this year, obviously, is kind of a baseline because they haven't yet done some audit. So for those who have been doing those training and that are auditing the Global Fund, how has their performance been measured since the training? And it's quite positive, no? It's going the right direction. What we expect is exactly that, is that once we do those trainings, people get to better understand what the Global Fund requirements are and are able, therefore, to provide with the quality audit that we expect. And honestly, this one for me is quite revealing. It shows that the training has an impact. on, on this, the work that you do. And next slide, please. So, this one, I told you in the framework, remember first was the framework, that we wanted to define, therefore, how can we support, let's say, the PFM work that we are doing. And in doing that, there's been various activities. So we were working with the World Bank. We did a few work in Liberia and Cameroon. We signed the MOUs, I mentioned that. But we put something in the budgeting guideline, which for me should really help turn the needle. Here, this is what it is. Basically, we try to provide with provision in the budgeting guideline to say, depending on, and we use the PIFA score, the Performance, Expenditure, and Financial Accountability of the PIFA Secretariat, the World Bank works on that, as a basis to say, depending on the score, the average score, these are the options for the country to request funding. Yeah? So it goes up to 2.5 million. And I think it is not negligible given the circumstances in which we are. And obviously PFM is something that the site as well can benefit. So very important slide and very important message. We're really getting to ensuring that we're getting some funding to support as well the needs that you have. Next slide, please. And this, I think this will be the last one. So just to show you basically the landscape of collaboration that we have. We are in the same building that Gavi, so you can imagine we're always working together. There is a lot of the things that I've mentioned that we do together with Gavi. Aidspan, I want it to be there so that you see that you're a very key partner. You've been able, I've put phase 3 ongoing at that time. Well, nice with end, but and it helped us really getting there. A lot of work with AfroSAI, CREFIAF, IFAC, I mentioned. PAFA is there as well. USAID, we work a lot with USAID and Gavi. And then with some of the other technical partners. And there are plans to engage with on the Asia, in the Asia continent and with AFDB for collaboration. So I will stop here, and I hope that this gives you some kind of good overview of the work that we've been doing. It's really to show you that every time we meet, when we come here, we're able to show you and demonstrate to you that there's a lot of work that is being done, not only internally, but as well some good proof that those work are producing some good results. Yeah. So maybe Teshika, you can come and join us so that we can talk about the OIG side of collaboration with the size. And that's why you will see how it complements to us, because I mean, she will tell it better than I do, but they are more on a kind of on the job, on the training kind of support.
Thanks, Eric, for that well-presented overview work of Global Fund. And just to remind everyone, please continue jotting down your questions, as now we'll be moving to the second presentation of Global Fund. Welcome, Tashika.
Okay, good morning, everyone. And once again, I think from the Global Fund OIG, we're very grateful for the invite to be here and the opportunity to present and share experiences in terms of working with the SAIs over the past years, and how we're progressing on that collaboration. Like Eric mentioned, each time we attend an event here, there's always a positive story to share in terms of collaboration and how we're increasing that engagement. Just checking, Sam, is the presentation coming up? Okay. So in the meantime, I'll just say that from our Inspector General, Tracy Staines, as well as Collins, who many of you know, greetings from them. Unfortunately, they could not be here today, but they've been attending many events this year that are related to collaboration with SAIs, and this is really a key engagement point for us. If you look at our board report and our annual report to the Global Fund Board for 2022, we have a full page dedicated to our collaboration with SAIs. And that just shows how critical this engagement is to us. And we will continue to update our audit committee as well as the Global Fund Board in terms of what we're doing and how we're working with SAIs. If you move on to the next slide, please. So just a little bit about us, and I think that's a key point that I wanted to touch on here. SAIs, like the OIG, we have the similar mandate to protect and safeguard investments, whether it's the country or whether it's the global fund's assets and investments. And so by nature, we have the same DNA and we have the same purpose. And so it makes it a lot easier to collaborate in our day-to-day work because of that DNA. We pride ourselves in our diversity, particularly around our implemented donor country staff ratio. This really helps us understand the country context within which the Global Fund operates, the challenges, the risk that's there for us to be able to audit effectively. And similarly, when we engage with SAIs, the same point becomes very relevant, understanding the country context, the challenges. SAIs are no better placed than anyone else to know exactly that, and which is why we leverage off them in all of our audits as best as we can. Our staff come from many diverse backgrounds, and we're happy to say that recently we've also been able to appoint previously SAI staff as well. So that's a new talent pool coming in. Traditionally, we've had the LFAs coming in as Global Fund staff, but we've seen more and more applications, and I think that's something that we haven't really touched upon before, but we should both be a talent pool for each other in the SAIs and at the Global Fund as well. If you move on to the next slide. So here, I think this is where we're really quite proud as the OIG in terms of our collaboration with SAIs. We've been pioneering this collaboration since 2017, and really you can see over the years, with the exception of 2020, which was the COVID year, it's just been going from strength to strength. We work with the SAIs in our planning phase and our fieldwork phase of our audits, and we leverage off the SAI staff in many of the countries here. We've also recently expanded our MOUs and recontracted with many of the SAIs, as well as AfroSAI, and we'll be doing the same with CREFIAF as well. So just in terms of this, I wanted to say why the SAIs are important for the OIG. Well, firstly, the OIG and our audit staff, we actually use a co-source model. Right, so we have an audit manager with the two lead auditors in a country as big as Nigeria, and then they would have two auditors coming from Geneva into the country. The rest of the staff that execute on that audit are public health experts, PHM&E experts, PSM experts, financial auditors. So there's really an opportunity to work with SAIs because we have that co-source model, and it makes it a lot easier for us to work with SAIs than for other entities as well. And so we've been doing that. In 2021, I wanted to say what we did that was pretty unique for the big audits like South Africa and Nigeria. In anticipation of those audits, we also ran 2-day training sessions, taking the AGSA and the Nigeria SAI through our planning, our Global Fund grants, the portfolio, really going through exactly what we wanted to achieve with the audit, and that really helped the work in the field. Moving forward to the next slide, please. So yeah, this is just a bit of a 2023 deep dive. And I think where we're seeing ourselves right now as the OIG is embedded with the SAIs in each and every country audit that we do in Africa. We still have a bit of work to do on the Asia side as well as the Americas. But when it comes to Africa, no audit takes place without at least an engagement touch point with the SAIs. to understand the country, to understand the challenges, the risk profile. Where there's an opportunity to have resources, we're doing that, and it's pretty much baked in. Like I said, up until May, we had already engaged with 30 staff. And if you look, I think our Namibia audit is now published on the website, so you'll be able to see really the fruits and the impact of what we found together with the SAIs on the web. We've been engaging a lot. Being here today is an example of one of them, but there was also multiple events this year. Collins attended the INTOSAI event where he didn't just talk about the collaboration on the OIG side, but even broader, and the importance of SAIs in the public financial management system of countries and how we needed to bolster that capability. We also are participating in as many training events that the SAIs host. So the anti-fraud session that was held earlier on this year, that was something where our investigative staff came in and did training on anti-fraud and corruption practices and how to better detect them. So yes, I think at the end of November, there's, in collaboration with Gavi, we'll also be hosting a conference to really expand on the frontiers of accountability and bolster the role of SAIs. Myself and Eric and Charles are working together along with Ed and Nikki and the team to see how we can deliver on that conference, which I assume many of you will also be there for. So moving forward, like I said, the Global Fund has a unique model where our audits are published, so you can see the impact. If we say we worked with Zambia, you can go on and find our Zambia audits, and you can see the impact of that right there on the web. So overall, we've collaborated with SAIs for 19 audits of Global Fund programs. We've issued in excess of 55 agreed management actions, and I'm sure Ada won't be happy to hear, but it's probably going to go up to about 60 or 70 agreed management actions. That's just a picture there of our team with the Supreme Audit Institution in Ghana. So that was one of the most recent collaborations that we've done. And I think it sells for itself, right? I don't need to convince you, and you don't need to convince me why we need to work with SAIs. It's been working, we're showing impact, and really we just want to take that relationship from strength to strength. So, moving forward. So last year, AfroSAI came to Geneva, and we talked a lot about our collaboration and some of the key lessons learned and potential actions. A lot of those actions we've already actually put in motion this year as well. So, you know, I think first and foremost, everybody agreed that planning and early visibility of our work plans so SAIs could generate the capacity and provide the capacity to us in our audits was something that was asked for. Another thing was on the costing model and how we go about paying per diems, etc. And that's an area that this year, for all of the audits that SAIs have worked with us on, we've been paying the per diems and the necessary travel costs as well for the SAIs to be part of our missions. And I think one of the other things that came out was around misalignment of expectations. What is it that the SAIs needed to do? There was also misunderstanding of scope. So sometimes the level of seniority of staff provided was not tailored to the scope or the expertise. For example, if the staff was assigned to PSM, but they didn't really have a PSM background. And so that we've tried to tackle this year by making sure that the SAIs are always engaged in planning first, and then the necessary staff are engaged at the fieldwork stage, so that there's a full understanding of the scope and the risk areas we plan to cover. My main point here is really any additional feedback or actions that we need to take on board. I'm happy to hear from you. Take that back. One of the great things about being at these conferences is just really connecting with each other. And Ida was kind enough to already put me in touch with the Malawi team, and our team's going to be out in about 2 weeks' time, and so already they're going to engage for that. So these conferences, aside from the ongoing collaboration, also help just connect us better. And if you move on to the final slide. Just want to give you this. This was one of the main actions that I think addressed the point on early planning. And so right now we have a 2023-2025 work plan from the OIG perspective, which allows us to better plan with all different implementers in the country, but then also with the SAIs. Of course, this changes from time to time depending on risk. So if you see on the 2023 audit plan, we had Mali. We could not go to Mali because of the risks in Mali. Haiti also, we had to cancel Haiti because of the risk profile of the country. So those are things that are part and parcel of the environments we work in. But by and large, this should help give the SAIs some visibility as to how we can work together on our audits. And so with that, I'll stop and happy to take questions, or I'm not sure if you want to get through Gavi first and then do all the questions, but thank you very much.
Thanks, Teshika. Thank you for our well-dotted-down presentation, more especially on highlighting the lessons you've learned while working with SAIs. Thank you very much. We've heard from the OAG side and the Global Fund side. Now I think it's time to call onto the floor Gavi to give and share the experiences that they have while they've been working with SAIs. So to the floor, please, Charles.
Thank you very much. Good morning again, and thanks for having us here. We can move to the next slide, please. So in Gavi, we actually are a big alliance with various international organizations. Okay, boss. I'm a former Global Fund person. I work with Ada and Eric very closely, so we know ourselves very, very well. And that is benefiting a lot with the work we're doing in Gavi. So credit to Global Fund. Yeah. So we are a big alliance, and we are into vaccinations. I mean, we vaccinate. You've heard a lot about COVAX. All vaccines are more or less managed by ourselves, and we cover various countries as part of our grants. Now, you can move to the next slide, please. As Gavi, we started way back in 2000, and we've been evolving our strategy as we go along. And the reason why we've been evolving this strategy is really to make sure that we don't leave any child behind, okay? And that has been our latest strategy from 2021 to 2025, okay? And as part of that strategy, okay, our board were very generous to give us a very challenging KPI. And that KPI is to say that as part of our implementation arrangement, we have to change the way we operate. So unlike Global Fund, who have government and other PRs, we mainly work with partners, okay? And those partners are kind of a pass-through to the government, okay? So the board came and said, well, that is not bad, but is there an opportunity to work more with the government directly rather than go through partners as a pass-through, okay? And then they gave us a very challenging objective, which we've been trying to meet. And so they said from in Gavi 4.0, we were disbursing 71% of our money through partners. Cash goes through partners, right? They said, well, try to reverse that to 45% only and increase disbursement directly to government by 55%. Okay? So do the math. Okay, that if we were given 100,000 before to Ghana, most of it was going through partners. We have to reverse that and give it directly to the country. And I'm building a case here because I'm coming to why we would need you guys. Okay. Then they said the second thing is also, besides money, make sure you work directly with more countries, right? So not only the dollar side, but also make sure you go directly and work with more countries, build their systems, develop them, make them ready to receive this money. And that KPI is supposed to move by end of 2025 to 66%. So we have to increase our engagement directly with countries from 49% to 66%. So that's a lot of work. Now, the numbers on top, okay, those are our cumulative disbursement numbers. 1.1 billion, 1.8 billion. We are going up to 2.3 billion by 2025. So again, if you do the math, you see the amount of money we're trying to push into countries. However, the countries that are going to receive, we're going to work directly with, we have reduced them a little bit because of certain criteria we have used to map them out. And now we are targeting about 58 countries, of which 66% of those, okay, we will have to engage with them directly. That's a big strategic shift for Gavi, a huge one. Next slide, please. Now, when we talk about strategic shift, people are saying, what are you talking about? Country ownership. Okay? And when we talk about country ownership, Eric, Ada, they all said it. You cannot talk about country ownership and not work directly with the country. Okay? And if you want to work with the country, you have to work with them in all areas as much as you can. Fiduciary risk and assurance mitigation. Okay? Obviously, the last thing you want to go and tell the donors, those who give you the money, is that, hey guys, thank you for the money, we gave it to the country, and we cannot tell you we were able to account for everything. Some of it got somewhere. They will not be very happy, and they will not give you more money. And we also want to execute at pace, okay? And by that, we want to make sure that we move quicker rather than slower. Next slide, please. Now, we saw, of course, risk opportunities in what we are doing. So if we look at where we were, in December 2022, we were able to move our KPI to 46%. We still have some way to go, okay? We know that risks, and we've seen Mali, we've seen Sudan, where we have transitioned to use of country systems, we've seen other countries, and those ones, we see them at risk, but we are trying to manage those. One thing we are trying to avoid is when we say we have moved to use of country systems, it means that we have reduced our reliance on partners and increased our reliance on government. What we call a backslide in Gavi is reverting back to the status quo, increasing our reliance on partners and reducing our reliance on government. Once we see a risk, such as in some of these countries, that likelihood is a possibility. Okay, so we are not saying, ciao bello, we leave you and will not come back. But where there is an evident risk, we make sure that that is mitigated through that arrangement. Obviously, opportunities we see also. And unlike Gavi, unlike Global Fund, with their effort to now try to find some money to support countries. Our board has put money on the table. Okay, I won't tell you the amount, but they have put something. Okay. But that money, we have to use it to support the countries. And when we talk about technical assistance and transition to country systems, one key thing that I've put under next steps is really knowledge transfer. Now, when we talk about capacity building, I think that word is a little bit at times not properly interpreted, like explained, right? And so we don't really try to use it very much. We like to use the word knowledge transfer because that resonates more. Because if you come to me as an assurance provider and to help me to work, okay, I expect you to explain to me at the least where I got it wrong, right? So that the next time I can get it right. Okay, and that is the task that we are rolling as we speak with all whom we call our assurance providers that Global Fund calls their LFA. Okay, actually we are scaling up, or you used to know them as monitoring agents in certain cases, right? We're really scaling up that, okay, and the key objective of this is really to help us transfer knowledge so that by the time 2025 comes, those countries are able to at least stand on their 2 feet when it comes to reporting and compliance. It's a huge bar, but we are getting there. Next slide, please. So our strategic shifts, this is where we are or where we were, and this is where we are trying to go. Before, our objective was to disperse. Give the money to the partners, let them get the job done. Now we're thinking of absorption. Okay? And absorption has become key because we realize that money is being piled in country and the work is not being done. So now we're thinking of absorption. We were following the Gavi processes and all that short-term, internal. Now we're talking about use of country systems. Invest in the countries. Okay? Put more money to support them where you think they are not good enough to do the job. See how you can help them to get that job done. Okay? Program sustainability, leveraging on partnerships. And Eric mentioned how much we work very much together. USAID, IFAC, Aidspan, AfroSai, you can mention them. We cannot do this work alone. How much money do we have as Gavi to be able to do this work? So what we do by leveraging on partnerships is, if for instance we see that Global Fund has put money at a place which is trying to improve capacity or improve technical assistance, we don't have to go and put the same money there. We look for other avenues to put that, but we make sure that at least we are aligned on the objectives. Make sure that at least what they are doing, that we can benefit from it. And they can also benefit from what we're doing. Okay, different approach. We are very open-minded. We don't want to do one situation fits all. Like we said, country systems, there are certain countries that you have no option but to use the system. In certain cases, it has to be partial. And so that is how we are managing it. And we hope to get there with our approach very soon. Next, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so when I speak about assurance providers, we are really targeting about 33 countries by end of this year. Okay, and like I said, the reason why we think that has become very important, and our TORs are really combining a little bit of assurance and capacity knowledge transfer, and that's why we call them assurance providers. And this is something that we've been reporting to our senior management, and the rollout has been pretty successful with the last RFP that we've launched, and we believe that we are going to get to this target. And I'm reviewing memos and and contracts most of the time to make sure that we're engaging the right people to get the job done. And so this is what we've been doing over the years, and you can see that the focus is mainly in Africa because this is where most of our funding is going, and we hope to get there very, very soon. Obviously, 5 countries, because of the situation with the political challenges we have there, we may hold on a little bit, but the idea is really to increase that to a very high number. Next slide, please. So when we talk about country systems, these are when I told you that yesterday it's a KPI, these are the things that we have to report to the board as the key areas that we have addressed, okay? So are we using country budgets? Is our grants visible on country budgets? Are we using government staff? You guys, why do we want to work with you guys? You saw what we are trying to do. We're going to increase money straight to the government. We're going to rely on government systems to report to us. We're going to rely on you as the Supreme Auditor to give us that assurance that our money has really been used properly. Okay? We hope to really expand. Our objective is expand the use of. Today, like I told you, we have 10 countries being audited by size. Most of them are Anglophone. We have 0 Francophone on our list, and we're trying to scale up that. We consider 33 countries as part of our strategy. So 33 countries who we consider as partially or fully using country systems are the first pot of countries we want to focus on. Because if you already use, we consider you as partially or fully using country systems, then your side should be auditing us, right? So if your side is not auditing us, then you become one of our priority countries, and we target that. Now, this one is to show you some of the countries and the size. So in Gambia, we have SAI auditing us. In Tanzania, we have them. And then you come to Mozambique, Sierra Leone, Uganda, Ghana, Liberia, Rwanda, and Zambia, where we have SAIs. Now, if you look at the Francophone countries, 0. Okay? And this chart, which looks a little bit, I don't know if you see it, it talks a lot about our strategy. So you see the 14 countries up there are the countries that we are focused on really to transition them to use of country systems. Okay? To date, we have transitioned the 4 on the left: Guinea, Gambia, Tanzania, Cote d'Ivoire. Kenya has not been transitioned yet. Benin has been done, Cameroon. Nigeria is en route. We have just launched that. Angola has not been done yet, and Bangladesh, Comoros, and all the ones in the cohort 3 countries have not been done yet. And we are working towards making that move, and that is why we need assurance providers. Next slide, please. So we, as part of our strategy, look, we had no way of coming to you directly. First of all, we don't even know which doors to knock. We don't know how to see you, where to see you. And we've thought the best way to do this was to talk to our good friends Afro-Sai. Okay? And we've made a lot of progress. A lot of progress. We've signed the MOU. We're talking about the work plan and implementation arrangements, which we hope to conclude very soon. You've been seeing Ed following me around. He's saying, Charles, we have to get the job done because we have weekly meetings almost, working on the work plan, the KPI, setting up the KPIs with our colleagues in Global Fund. And it's a lot of work because, like I said, in Gavi, I have a very amazing CFO, similar to Ada, and she tells me, so Charles, what does this mean? What are you going to bring out of this? So the KPIs is what we have to say, is to show results. And that's why I say we are not just signing MOUs for the sake of signing it. We want to see the results. And that results would include quality audits like Global Fund that was showing you, making sure that we are engaging them when we go into countries, Okay, we are discussing with them issues around our grants when we are in, we come on missions, and when we see any reports through our assurance providers, we also come to you and explain to you what they've seen, and if you can help us resolve it. We really want to build a relationship with SAIs, and that's our objective. So these are the countries that we've targeted under the MOU that we're planning to sign. You see on the left we have QARs that we are planning to do if they've not been done, and those who have done the QARs, based on the data we have, we are prioritizing them for capacity building starting 2023. Now, our objective, which we think, you know, we are trying to get there, is to start at least some kind of implementation of these countries by Q4 of 2023. Okay, the first part of this MOU, we're planning it for a year, at least based on the discussions we're having, and based on the results we get from the first year, we're going to look at it if we want to roll it over for more years to come. Next slide, please. With CREFIAF, we have not yet signed with them. I was chasing my colleague from CREFIAF to send the MOU to us. Global Fund has already signed it. We're looking forward to sign it. My boss has been chasing us always, where is the MOU? Because we have a big objective, okay? So once we sign that, similar to Afro-SAI, we hope to target these Francophone countries. And why this is important is, like I told you, we have zero SAIs in the Francophone countries, and we want to target all these countries when we start working with CREFIAF. So our bar is high, and in all this arrangement, okay, one thing that you have to know is Aidspan is going to play a key role, because there is a two-tier approach to the work with SAI. Aidspan is going to disseminate all our policies, procedures, guidelines, so our internal policies, procedures, and guidelines. And then CREFIAF, Afro-SAI are going to take care of the technical aspects of this MOU. So that is very, very clear. And we believe that with this combination, really, the challenge can be met. So it's not an easy task, and we're going to put a lot of investment in this to make sure that we succeed, because we have to succeed together. Next slide, please. I just want to give you a quick update, and I think, so since we came here last year was our first participation, right, Ida? Okay, so I think we have done a few trainings for us, Malawi, Nigeria, and maybe some others. They are the upcoming ones as well. Uganda, okay, so we hope to get that, and the feedback we've gotten from that has been very good, okay? And we hope that Malawi will be auditing us also, so that we see if, based on this training, we can begin to see some changes in our audits. Nigeria, we hope we would be engaging with them soon once we've done the work with Afro-SAI, so that we can also start engaging them. And this morning I had a very good meeting, and we look forward to building on that. Like I said, we've signed those MOUs, but we are not stopping there. We want to start implementing those MOUs immediately, and that is our objective. Our objective is increase our SAI, the number of, when we go on country missions. So yesterday we have a common WhatsApp group, and I put some feedback on there, and immediately my boss was telling all my colleagues, you guys, you have to meet the SAIs when you go in countries, and that is our objective. That is the only way. And so we are going to come up similar to what Global Fund is doing, with some key guidance on the engagement with SAI when they go in country, and we're going to rely on that. And we at our level, at my level, and at my boss's Awinja's level, we are going to coordinate that and make sure that you also know if there is anything, who to reach out to at Gavi's level. Yes, we started our capacity building plan, and as our colleagues mentioned, we're hoping that we'll have more time to deep dive into our expectations when hopefully we find the money to meet in Accra or in Pretoria in November.
So that is it for me. Is there any other slide? I think that's it. Next slide. Yes, that's it for me, and I hope it's been very clear, and looking forward to your question. That's not me. No, I was much handsome. Much more handsome than.
That was not nice, Charles. Thank you so much for the insightful presentation. I hope we've been jotting down the questions, right? Right? Okay. Can we take the first set of questions? Sorry? From the mic. Oh, okay. So I should use this mic. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Yeah. So for my panelists, if you can just move to the front so that the questions can be directed straight to you. Anyone who's itching? Come on, Size. Oh, yes. Say Nigeria.
All right, please, I want to get a clarification on the model that is to be adopted by Global Fund on the internal audit function strengthening.
For assessment as to the level of investment. I did not get exactly clear what I was trying to communicate on that.
One last more.
Mine is on the first presentation of OIG. We had an experience working with the OIG team that came to Uganda. First of all, the experiences were varied that were presented, the alignment with the SAI calendar. However, we want to inquire whether actually in the operations of OIG they come up with a defined methodology on how to execute their oversight and spot checks, so that if it is possible, the methodology is and the procedures are shared with us.
Because I want to look at it more from the PFM strategy that we're having. So one of the things that we've been doing in the country that are targeted for this work, I don't know if you know the core countries and the high impact countries. We have a classification in the Global Fund where the countries, with where we can do more impact with more disease burden, etc. Are classified. So the high impact and core countries, so we have about, for this particular project, about 32 countries that are in scope. We are having an approach of not only assessing the status to date of whether the Global Fund country teams are using the PFM let's say, dimension. So in this case, for instance, internal audit. So we come with that. And then the second phase is to therefore going kind of a deep dive to assess really the needs that those various areas will have. So we are now in that phase. We've already done the first phase to have an idea of what is being used from a public financial management perspective. And by the way, one of the very good outcome that came and when we consolidated the data was that we're using more internal audit tools that we were thinking based on the initial review that we are having. So now, doing the next phase in assessing the needs will help us maybe working with the different country teams to see how, based on the classification that I will come up to on the question number 2, based on the classification, what kind of support, you know, from a budget perspective, we will be able to provide to those grants. So it's really an articulated approach where first understanding what is the status in the countries, second doing a deep dive to really assess the strengths and the weaknesses of each of those domains, and then third, how can we support, you know, the capacitation of those entities. Now the question number 2 on Malawi, the PIFA, yes. So what we've put in the budgeting guideline, so it's paragraph 32. Just in mind, in case you want to go and see that, because why I'm saying this for us is very important, but it seems that a few countries have not caught this information. And why I'm saying this is because as we're receiving currently the, you know the way that we are organized, we have the grant cycle different, we don't call it new funding model anymore because it has been now quite a number of years that we're in the new funding model. It's no more a new funding model. So the grants cycle number 7, you know, that we're having, we started receiving the proposal. And what we were expecting by putting that in the budgeting guideline was that people would, in country, would have leveraged these options, this provision that we are putting in this budgeting guideline to request for support on PFM strengthening. And when I say request for support for PFM strengthening, it's all the dimensions I mentioned, internal audit, external, size, etc. So that was the idea, to be part of the country dialogue, engage with the CCMs to see how much of your needs could be taken into account in the grant. Now, on day 1, we had a few sessions, and one of the comments that came was that maybe we may want to look at something specific for the size, for independence purpose. So that was the conversation that we have, because going and engaging with CCMs, which are mainly headed by Ministry of Health, etc., could be an issue. So we will be reflecting on how best to do that. Yeah. So that is it.
So thank you very much for the question from the Uganda SAI, and totally hear your point in terms of the mixed expectations. And I think that's also just a factor of the OIG and our model when it comes to planning audits. So as you know, we do about 18 country audits in a year. I think this coming year we'll probably do about 14. Plus a cohort of countries in the Western and Central Africa region, as well as in the Southeast Asia region, adding up to 18. Now, with those countries, at the time that we plan them and do our risk assessment, it's based on a lot of quantitative factors as well as qualitative factors. So the country's disease burden, the allocation amount, the external risk indicators, what the Secretariat tells us about the country's risk profile and how we should focus on that country. At that point, it would be very easy to already engage with the SAIs and tell them, we're coming in, let's plan, let's work, here's our methodology, here's a great toolkit. But in the context of Uganda, as you know, between October and even the time of our audit, the landscape had changed quite a bit. So the only time for us to really understand what we will be focusing on to make sure that our work and our limited resources focuses on the highest risk and impact for the organization is during those planning weeks. And so that's really where we understand what are the key issues and challenges in the country, and then how do we then best cover that. So if you look at our audits, and they're all published on the website, you'll see the scope page. There's not every single audit covering financial management of global fund grants. Sometimes we just look at procurement and supply chain and governance and implementation arrangements. Other times we focus on finance if we deem it high risk. So that's really where it becomes very difficult to kind of set clear expectations for the SAAs up front. And even when we get back into country at fieldwork, we have defined audit programs saying these are the areas we're going to cover, but the timeline to scale up is, for an SAI, it's very short. It's a quick turnaround time that's expected. That's why the SAI teams are usually paired off with our other consultants in the field as well as our auditors to really work hand in hand, as opposed to sort of leaving the SAIs to figure it out by itself. It's a collaborative effort versus we can give you an audit program up front and say, go and look at this area, cover this grant from this period to this period, and look at the financial expenditures. Whereas I think when it comes to audit of the global fund grants, on the finance side, it can be a lot more predictable, and it can be defined terms of reference. And so that's really where the longer term approach of really embedding SAIs into the audits of global fund grants is the ultimate goal. Contributing in collaboration to the OIG audits, it's always going to be ad hoc. And the lessons learned from Uganda, the reality is we're not going to do a Uganda audit next year. So the lessons learned from Uganda has to be applied to Malawi and the other countries that we have coming up. But it's very hard because we don't do an audit of a country every single year based on our work plan. So that would be my response. But like I said, we're trying to take lessons learned from one area and then apply it now to like Malawi, for example, where we will be working with the team, or Cambodia as well, where we'll be working with them and see how we can best scale up the knowledge of what we want to achieve in the audit with the SAI team for them to be able to work with us.
There's another question here.
Oui, c'est pour la RDC. Moi, je pense que les subventions qui viennent dans nos pays doivent être sécurisées par les institutions.
For Tashika, yes. You hear? Because if the question is for you.
Non, la question va s'adresser à Eric.
I speak both languages. Charles doesn't have
Je disais que je pense que les subventions, que ce soit du Fonds mondial ou de Gavi, quand ils viennent dans nos pays, une des structures qui, outre le gouvernement, mais une des structures du gouvernement qui peut les sécuriser pour qu'ils soient réellement utilisés pour le bénéfice de la population, ça doit être donc les institutions supérieures de contrôle. Je prends l'exemple de la RDC, toutes les fois que nous avons approché le CCM, mais on nous répond toujours d'une manière très polie, non, vous n'êtes pas programmé, si vous pouvez envoyer une seule personne, voir comment on travaille, comment on prépare les demandes de subvention. Moi, je ne comprends pas ça, je ne comprends pas. Est-ce qu'Eric peut nous donner une explication autour de ça?
Malawi?
It's a small request for confirmation from Tracy. I remember last time when the OIG was visiting a number of countries, there was proper planning. The sites in those countries were told in advance so that we should plan properly and work with them. I don't know this time around what is there on your table between now and December, which countries are going to visit, and the size already communicated to. I'm asking this because I heard, not heard, but overheard about it, that your team might be visiting Malawi, but there's no confirmation. We needed that information so that we should prepare and work together as we've just indicated.
Any other question? Okay, all right. I think you can take it, Eric.
Oui, merci bien. Je vais répondre en français, donc ça sera plus simple pour nous. Bon, alors, je n'étais pas au courant de cela, pour commencer. Donc, c'est une bonne chose que vous nous informiez. Ce que je vais faire, c'est que quand je vais rentrer, je vais en discuter avec les équipes pays pour comprendre s'il y a un problème. Je prendrai aussi vos contacts pour qu'ils puissent vous contacter directement. Quitte à ce que même j'envoie un message, vous copiant pour que ce soit fait, je le ferai. Mais j'ai bien compris votre préoccupation. Vous avez besoin qu'il y ait cet engagement dont j'ai parlé, parce que c'est ça l'idée. L'engagement dont j'ai parlé, c'est pas seulement l'engagement au fait avec les institutions supérieures de contrôle ou les SAIS, mais aussi avec les auditeurs internes. C'est véritablement quelque chose qu'on souhaite faire. On souhaite pousser sur l'engagement avec les auditeurs internes. Donc, ouais, je vais reporter et on va en discuter avec mes collègues.
Tashika?
So thank you very much for the question. I think, last year in November when we had AFROSAI come to Geneva, we discussed our plan. At that time already, our work plan had been approved by the AFC and the board. So we had a confirmed plan. At the beginning of the year, we also shared that same plan with the central SAI bodies, KRFIF and AFROSAI. But I do take your point. We need to find a balance between how we engage with the central SAI bodies versus the individual SAIs and plan. So I think we need to make sure that, whilst we're sharing our plan and our pipeline of when we expect to be in these different countries with AFROSAI and KRFIF, we can also at the same time connect directly with the SAIs. Of course, it can always be better. At the same time, just from a context perspective, when we start our audits in January, February, our auditors are really focusing on the first cohort of audits, the Q1 audits, so we call them cycle 1 audits, and then they really start to ease up the pressure over the summer and start to then focus on cycle 3, which is where Malawi fits in. So I agree, it's not ideal from a timing perspective for the Malawi SAI. I was hoping that all the SAIs that are on our work plan had visibility of us coming through at the beginning of the year when we did share our work plan. I will have a discussion also with KRFIF, and they're coming to Geneva actually in September, at the end of September, on how we can make sure that when we do share our plan, it is best communicated with the individual SAIs as well for better planning.
Okay. It looks like there are no more additional questions. All right. I think maybe the last one directly to Eric, you did mention to say after the training, I think for phase 1 and phase 2, there's been that upward trend in performance. So what I wanted to know with regards to the feedback, if you do have a process in place in giving feedback to the sites as well, so that when it comes to the next cycle, they're able to incorporate those review comments from the Global Fund itself.
Absolutely. I got a list from my colleagues of positive things, to be honest, but there are also some areas of improvement. But I will be very generic on this. I think one of the slides that I had was also putting forward one of the main concerns that we have with the size. It is the timeliness of the audit report. Okay. Really, this is where there is a lot that needs to be done. If you look at the trend, if you remember that slide, and I will share that with you later, is that in phase 2, there was a slight decline for the phase 2 cohort. And this is mainly due to the timeliness of the audit report. Because for your information, the 3 criteria that we're using that are very important, so I want you to know that timeliness is one of the most important. Then you have the compliance with the terms of reference that have been agreed, and that's where the Aidspan training, etc., helps with that. And the quality of the audit report. The last one, trust me, and I'm very happy to say the last one, generally, we don't have many issues with that. The quality is there. But the timeliness, and to some extent the compliance, but now that and you can see the trend with the training it's involving, mainly because the compliance is raising, the quality, the aspect, but the timeliness, that we have to work on it.
Sure, you heard for yourself. Oh, there's another question. Sorry?
With Daniel, we were just chatting to say that, especially in the development context, where timely assurance is key, and many of our stakeholders will see a delayed assurance as practically no assurance, because when the assurance is delayed, you're not able to take the actions and mitigate the risk in a timely manner, and as a result, when the assurance is delayed, technically there is no assurance because we're just doing the audit from a compliance perspective. However, some of the findings from the audit we will not be able to implement very effectively.
Fully agree. I think before Sam kicked me out from the stage, let's just continue with the engagement even over lunch as we continue even tomorrow. I think they're still here until tomorrow, so let's continue with the engagement. Thank you so much for your participation. Oh, that means it was clear.
Let me give you her name. What is her name? Calypso? She's the head of Health Finance Department. Health Finance Department.
Okay, good afternoon. We have the next session, which is actually very, very important for us. We are going to talk about domestic resource mobilization. And I believe all of us, by the time we are through with this, we will see or know why it is important that we all avert our minds to this topic. And to help us to do justice to this, we have our own celebrated former Auditor General of Ghana, Mr. Daniel Domevu. Then we also have a rep from Global Fund joining us, Calypso. Okay, so for the second name, please forgive me, but it begins with a C, so Calypso C. He's the head of Health Finance Department of Global Fund. And then we have another Ghanaian with white hair, my own friend Charles, joining us to discuss this very important topic. So can we give them a round of applause even as they head to the stage? There are live surprises because that is how domestic resource mobilization is like. You have to surprise them. Okay, so just to put matters in context, as we speak, I don't know how many of you are aware of how much in resources that low income and to low middle income countries need to be able to achieve the sustainable development goals. Do you know the range of resources that we need? Does anybody know, have an idea? Okay, so it is estimated that we need between 1.4 trillion to $3 trillion for us to be able to achieve those goals. And do you know how much money or how much of these resources came from official development assistance to these countries? Only 204 billion last year. So if you do the mathematics, we are hovering around 10%. If you find the average of 2 trillion that we need, as opposed to the 204 billion that we had last year, it means that we are only doing something like 10%, and that is why we being able to mobilize resources from our domestic, thank you very much, Samuel. That is why our ability to identify ways and means of mobilizing those resources within our, I think he's been waiting for us. Let me apologize to her. Okay, so that's a double apology actually, to her for being on the line for quite a while now. So with this staggering, of course, we will try as much as possible to relate this discussion to the health sector. Okay, all right. So please help us to be able to see her, to bring the personal touch to it. To see her.
We are just saying thank you for the personal touch.
Okay, all right. So I understand she's already on the line. So maybe I'll put the first question to her. If she can share with us so far what her idea of maybe some challenges that we face as sub-Saharan African countries when it comes to mobilizing resources domestically. If through her work she's come across some challenges that she can share with us. Okay, whilst we try to fix the technology issue, we will then throw it to Mr. Daniel Domlevo to begin that with.
Thank you. Is it on?
Yes.
Is that it?
Yes.
Am I okay now?
Yes, yes.
Please, can you hear me? Okay, thank you very much. This, I think, is a very important topic, domestic resource mobilization to finance health service delivery. I think the truth of the matter is that everyone's health should be important to the person. Nobody should be more interested in your health than yourself. So it is that nobody should be more interested in the health of the country more than the country itself. So it stands to reason that every country must ensure that they mobilize sufficient resources to take care of the people in the country. However, I must say that from my perspective, a lot of countries have tried to mobilize these resources throughout the region. You will see that there is always money appropriated to the health sector from the consolidated fund, or if we are from Zimbabwe, consolidated revenue fund. It has different names, but it is the same public funds we are talking about. Monies have been allocated
appropriated each year for the health sector. In a lot of countries also, like including Ghana, there are specific levies that have been introduced for the purpose of health sector. We call it National Health Insurance Levy, which every citizen and even non-citizens you contribute to. If you enter our departmental stores and you buy something, in computing the taxes, it is slapped on you because your presence that creates a health problem for us. So you contribute to solving our health problems. The challenge that I come across, especially in my previous experience as Auditor General, is the fact that the monies are not used for the intended purposes. First and foremost, the ministers of finance are happy to collect that money into the consolidated fund. How to release it to the health sector becomes a problem. Even though these monies are statutory funds, which by law or other constitutions must go straightly to health, all that the ministers of finance do is to sit on the money for a very long time so that they can use it for other purposes, and later on, when there's pressure on them, then they release these monies to the health sector. So that needs to be addressed. Again, even the efficiency of collecting that money leaves a lot to be desired. There are a lot of revenue leakages in the system, which prompted my latter part before leaving office to introduce revenue audit, because many supreme audit institutions here focus on the expenditure side, which is fine. I have no problem with it, I'll come there. But the leakages are also huge, and for that matter, I think that must be addressed to ensure that all the monies are duly collected. And when they are duly collected, the various ministers of finance do not sit on the money, but release those monies to the health sector for them to use it to do their own work. Okay. Then the third part of it, if I can just quickly conclude, is monies that are generated by the health sector themselves. They are internally generated funds. There is a lot of potential over there for them to also generate sufficient money, because we are all getting sick every time. But there again, a lot of leakages also appear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your opening submission. We will certainly come back to you to look at the way forward. So thank you very much for those opening submissions. We'll definitely come back to you to get your input on how we have some structures to help us to mobilize these resources domestically. But obviously it means that they are not being complied with. He cited an example of the National Health Levy, which is collected but comes to the usage. He's also mentioned about the inefficiencies, right, and even the internally generated funds. So as partners, how do you think that you will be able to help us in these instances, for instance, to be able to, in our local or domestic resource mobilization effort?
Thank you for the question. I think and he looked at me and said, Charles, we have so much to pay, we have a deficit. We are borrowing money
from international institutions. Are you asking me to go and borrow money to give you for this amount of money? And I said, no, I'm not expecting you to do that. But there are other countries that have been able to do this very well through levies, and Ghana has mentioned that. Rwanda, backdoor things that are happening. But I think if we look at the bigger picture, we need as partners to continue our engagement because it helps us also better use our grants, which are free money, to address the areas that we want to address. You know, at times we come to countries and there are certain basic things that we expect the country to provide. For instance, we come and they ask us, oh, we don't have a building to house our PMU, or we don't have enough this, we don't have enough that. And those are some of the things that we say, look, if you can help us through a little bit of funding to put these structures together, then obviously most of our money will not be diverted to these areas, but really focus on saving lives and helping us close that gap. So that is how we want to, we really need to engage more, and I think that is the answer to your question, and use examples of countries that are working well to help others look at it and see how they can adapt that, and then
with this type of challenges. Especially my worry, even before conducting an audit to him or to the health sector, is their priorities. How they prioritize their things. I think there's huge amount of wastage in the health sector. I'm speaking about Ghana because I'm constitutionally allowed to speak about Ghana. I don't want to commit any international offense. I know about several countries here, but I don't want to commit any international offense. As for Ghana, they know I speak my mind and they have allowed me, so I'll continue speaking my mind about Ghana. Priorities are very, very misplaced. Because you go to the health sector and you see several V8s and vehicles which are not utility vehicles. They buy those ones, the ambulance are packed, they can't even be repaired. Vehicles that are needed to help health service delivery directly are not working. Then even human resource. I was talking to someone this morning and I was saying that you go to the Ministry of Health in Ghana, from the Director General and the directors, etc., they are all experts in the health sector. For instance, a gynecologist or a cardiologist, etc., leaves the theater room and is a director at the ministry. I said, we can't train you so expensively and we can't be pushing paper. Because of the salary levels, if he doesn't become director, he doesn't have that salary and allowances and the control. So they leave the theater and then they run to the offices and be doing clerical work instead of being in the... I remember there was even a director general in Ghana who was an expert. So those amount of wastage, come to talk about medical supplies, you can't go there. You'll be surprised about the quantum of medicines that expire at the health sector. And I asked them, how do you do your stock management? And believe me or not, it is wastage. As Ada talked about, it is wastage. But it is equally corruption. There is corruption there. Because my predecessor, the one who was the Auditor General before me, briefed me to say that, Daniel, when you are going to look at the health sector, be careful. No, don't let your plans even be communicated to them. Surprise them with your audits. Because when he planned to audit the central medical stores, the audit was supposed to start on the 15th. On the 14th, the stores were burnt down into ashes. Everything was burnt. Why? Because the pharmaceutical stores in the country, when they have their expired drugs, they bring it to the government medical store and exchange it for new one. And they share the difference. And this information got to the Auditor General, who served a notice that I'm coming to do an audit. And following from that, we don't have the central medical store in Ghana because it has been burnt down into ashes. So the wastage, the corruption, and etc. must also be addressed so that the cost of running the health sector becomes affordable. Otherwise, we can pump all the monies, including the donor monies, etc., into the health sector and to still not be enough. We are using, instead of a bucket to fetch the water, we are using baskets in fetching the water at the health sector. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for that submission. So going forward, we know what kind of bucket, what resource to use, bucket or basket.
Yes.
And I think that you just raised a very important point, talking about resource alignment. So it's not just about always looking for resources, but even the one you have, how well are you using them? That is part of domestic resource mobilization. So if you have been given a particular training where you can offer so much, and yet you go to a sector where you offer so little, that is actually a resource wastage, and that is not contributing to positive domestic resource mobilization. So I think it's something that we also need to be mindful of. So thank you for that, Mr. Domlevo. And obviously that is aligned to what we call more health for money. So the same money amount of resources, you can get more out of it if resources are positioned well and the leakages are solved. Let me go back now to Calypso. Calypso, once again, apologies, and we're excited that you've been able to join us. So we'll put a question that I posed earlier to Charles to you, for you to share your perspective. how well or how do you think that as a partner, how can you help countries in their domestic resource mobilization? What can you contribute to help countries in their march for domestic resource mobilization? And this to you, Calypso, if you can hear me. Yes, we can hear you. But it's low.
For having me. I get a little bit of background. There is a sort of echo, rather. I don't know why it's happening, and if you can hear me okay. So, to your important question, how can partners help with domestic resource mobilization? I want to talk a little bit also about what you've just said, more help for the money. I think this is quite important because we all know in the current circumstances, and our colleagues from Ministries of Finance know better than anyone, that talking about more money is not perhaps the most appropriate thing. We live through a multi-crisis. There's lots of things going on, lots of demands on very finite resources. So thinking a bit more smartly about what more we can do with the money is also very important. But all that said, I think the total amount of money that AU member states spend on health, the public spending, is still very low. It's less than $21 per person per year. And none of the countries is meeting the 15% Abuja Declaration, which is the target for spending on health. And over 100 million Africans every year suffer from catastrophic health expenditure, and 15 to 20 million fall into poverty because they have to spend out of pocket to cover needed healthcare for them, for their families. So this is very important, and we know that in 26 countries of Africa's 55, over 20% of healthcare spending comes from development partners, external development partners, the Global Fund, Gavi, and the World Bank. So the development partners have a role to play. I think we can and we should, and that's why our colleagues from the Global Fund are there on the ground working together. We can and we should work more closely together with budget holders for countries at the national level, at the subnational level, especially in large federal states, to try and understand better the systems and try and strengthen the systems and put more of our money through these systems, and in doing so strengthen even further. I think that's quite important. And this is the way this visibility, ensuring that ministries of finance have full visibility of donor spend, all the way from the design stage, they have a say, but throughout execution, is quite important, not just for strengthening the systems as we move forward, but also for ensuring this important thing of efficiencies that we talked about earlier, so more health for the money, so there's no duplication or limited duplication, and the appropriate gaps are filled with donor money where the more better spent than the domestic resources as we move forward. So I would also like to very quickly just mention the ALM, the Africa Union ALM Initiative on Domestic Financing, which we're proud partners of, we work together. That's an important step to sustainable spending for health. And it's the very first declaration at the Africa Leadership Meeting, the first declaration on domestic financing since the Abuja Declaration, which is now over 20 years old. And it is about regional financing hubs, piloting the domestic financing tracker, having national dialogues, national discussions on domestic financing with the regional economic community, starting with SADC and the East African community. So I think this is an opportunity for us to work even more closely together, regionally and nationally. And with that, I will stop and just say thank you once more for having.
Calypso, can you hear us?
Hello, Calypso. Okay. I was going to, if you can hear me, otherwise one of the panelists will probably take it, but she cannot hear. Okay. Yes. Okay, all right.
Okay, so I wanted to get a perspective on investment. She mentioned health system strengthening, and I think that dovetails into investment. And there's a study that shows that every dollar invested in resource mobilization yields about $20 US. So it means that investing in those sectors is very, very important in terms of a long-term for long-term resource mobilization. And so I'll come back to you, Mr. Domevo. Do you, based on the work that you've done, because your work has not been limited to Ghana, I'm sure you've traveled around, and so you have perspective of what works elsewhere. I think earlier on, I think it was Charles who mentioned about Rwanda. Maybe if you have some of those experiences that you can share with us, where certain domestic resource mobilization measures that countries have adopted successfully and that have therefore culminated in being able to up their resources from those measures, and what we can also learn from.
Unfortunately, I was also going to cite the same Rwanda. I think Rwanda has been a best practice for us all, and there is a saying in Ghana that if you do well, you just have to be praised, because we can't overlook good performance. But that aside, I think every country is doing its own in a better way. I was part of a team which was responsible for some interventions in Zimbabwe, and given the level of fiscal decentralization at the health sector, we were very impressed when we went as a World Bank team to look at health facilities at of the place, said that we were recommended to the central hospital in Harare that the fiscal decentralization we have in Zimbabwe, we don't have it in many countries. People don't know that, where the town council or the city of Harare is in charge of fixing your water, fixing electricity, fixing the roads, etc., schools, and a whole lot of things. At that level, we don't have it. So one of the things we may also like to copy, I think, from my point of view, is that we must have to enforce or practice fiscal decentralization. I argue that in the public sector, we are corrupt, but we are not equally corrupt. Again, if you are even inefficient, you are not equally inefficient. Some are efficient than others. So that when you decentralize, the good ones will put the resources to a good use, and we can benchmark based upon that to improve the rest. So I think that is another contribution I would like to share. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So what I hear here is we should try as much as possible to move from the administrative decentralization and actually get to both fiscal and administrative decentralization. So most of the time, our governance system and structures make a lot of noise about decentralization, but they've just decentralized the administrative structures. But in terms of the decision making, as far as the resources are concerned, it still remains at the top. And so that is the point that he's making, that we should make sure that this is devolved down as much as the administrative. And if you look at the case of Rwanda, I think that if you know about how Rwanda's tax reforms were done, I mean, there are a lot of these administrative as well as fiscal, so it empowers those who are in charge and responsible for administering the tax system to then be able to administer it, because they feel motivated, they feel capacitated, and they feel like their views are being heard. So it's a very, very important point that you make. Thank you for sharing that. So with that, maybe, and here I think both of you will take a bite on this. I know a number of countries, probably some of you here, are probably in the acceleration phase of some donor supports, right? Like Gavi, for instance, I know some countries are actually in acceleration phase, which means that very soon you will no longer receive the support that we've been receiving, and that is really a huge challenge. I know for Ghana, I think
somewhere around 2017, we were on it, and then I think when the administration came, or before then, I think it was the administration before, they went and had the negotiation, and then, you know, sometimes based on your GNI, gross national income, so if it happens to do justice to you and it comes down, then it puts you in the good books of Gavi again, and then you come back. But one day we'll have to transition out. No matter how long it takes, one day we'll have to transition out. Now, one of the effects of that, or even as we transition out, is that we have to be ramping up incrementally your co-financing obligations, right, as you seek to. So what I want to ask, and here both of you take, because the acceleration is right at your doorstep, but Mr. Donovo can give us insight as to how they can help so that countries will meet their co-financing obligations. As we are talking about health, then you also chip in what you think can be done. So, Mr. Donovo, maybe you can take the first one.
Okay. All right, thank you. To do that is very simple. Once you increase the national cake, the economic development of the country, and the revenue collection or the domestic revenue generation increases, then it means the country can take ownership of funding its expenditure. But I've already said that the answer is not only in increasing the revenue generation, including even begging for other donors to come on board. That is not the answer. The answer is the efficiency of the use of the monies available to our health sectors. At times, when you get to know how they deal with the money or they use the money, you even wonder why they are giving what they are being given, not to talk about giving them more. So we may have to speak to our health sector leaders or champions to become more and more efficient in the use of the resources that are available to them. And then the countries may also have to reprioritize and make sure that we meet the health needs of the people, because you can't develop a country which is not healthy. That is the reason why they all went and committed, I think in Abuja, all right, where they said they put 15% into health sector. And Africa, one of the things we are good at doing is committing to protocols and signing protocols, ratifying them left and right. And immediately we finish signing it, I think that is the end. We must be serious about this. Like I started in my opening remarks, I said nobody should be worried about your health than yourself. The same way, our national government must be more concerned about the health of our people than ourselves. But you see, this one, you may not know it. I've not seen it in many countries, but it is in my country, and I just have to say it. It is mind-boggling if you know the number of health facilities that were completed or built and abandoned just because there is a change in government. Thanks to COVID. I say thanks to COVID, because we had University of Ghana Hospital, state-of-the-art hospital. It is one of the most sophisticated hospitals in Africa, highly automated, no paperwork, with very modern equipment built by the previous administration, but was ignored. It was never used until COVID came. And fortunately, COVID did not discriminate. It got most of our ministers, and then they opened that hospital and started using it. But for COVID, that hospital will still not be used. But as we speak today, there are several hospitals, district hospitals, the West Hospital, Dodua, etc. In fact, I was doing an audit on that to produce a list to show to Ghanaians how your money is being used by the government. They produce hospitals and they don't use them. They produce they build schools and they don't use them. So the wastage is huge. If we reduce the wastage, I still insist that if we reduce the wastage to about 20%, we may not need Gavi, we may not need Global Fund. So as you speak to governments, to also look at how they are wasting resources, and let's help them to reduce the wastages that we have in the system. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I think it's when we talk about wastage, and I'm even looking at it from the donor community as well. How at times there's no transparency around the kind of investments we are putting in countries, and also that creating that avenue for us to even at times duplicate funding, or where in certain areas where you see that one entity will say, no, I'm not buying V8s, and then the same thing is presented to an entity and then they approve it. But I think the bigger picture is, no matter what we say, there are people out there who need help, and there would always be people who would need support. So one thing that I think we talk about as part of the donor community is innovative financing. Okay, how can we be innovative and encourage governments to find innovative ways of not only raising money, but investing it in their sectors to make sure that that trickles down to the end user. And that is an area where we keep talking about, because we think that is the only way forward. However, we also have to, like I said, through engagement, begin to show governments that if we pull out tomorrow, and that is why the word sustainability, when we talk about sustainability, the day when we pull out, and we saw a little bit of this during COVID, right? When there was a rush for vaccines, right? We were last in line, okay? And so that is where I think this work we're doing with Supreme Auditors and this engagement we are having, you are the first in line to really pick up some of these areas and to let us also know and help us to understand how to better invest the monies that we bring in. You see, we as donors, we receive requests, we do the best we can to review it. But you see the beginning to the end of the government finances. So where you see that, Gavi Global Fund, you are going to put money into this area, but we know that the World Bank has already put X money there, or we know that someone else has put money there. No, you should not be putting this money there. How would you know that? By being involved in our grants, not to come after to audit it, but be involved at the time of discussion, so that you can help us before we even sign those grants to pick up those gaps. The other thing that I think that when we talk about domestic financing is also that I think one other area that we're encouraging governments to do is to look at also what are some of the main drivers of the high health burden, cost of healthcare, okay? And he lets his water out, rain falls, we have open gutters, drains are open, breed mosquitoes, they bite us. So some of these things can be addressed bottom up. That's the point there, that if you begin by preventing some of these health scares from occurring to start with, I think that will save us a lot of money and investments. Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you for that. But let's stand there for a while, because you made 2 points that are very, very important and dear to my heart, and I've seen some things happening there. You talk about, first of all, the lack of sometimes transparency in terms of when you're embarking upon project, and the fact that sometimes you don't also involve the SAIs. You admitted that SAIs have, there's no institution in a country, as far as my experience is concerned, more than a SAI that will have a holistic view based on the nature of their work, right? To understand how the entire PFM structure linked together. I think that SAIs are in unique position to have that. So, and I think I asked an earlier question in relation to that. What systems are you putting in place to ensure that it will not be dependent on who the senior country manager of a global fund or Gavi is, but then there's a system in place that once you step into the country, or even before you make an attempt to step into the country, these are the key stakeholders that should be involved in the discussion. Like, there should be a template there. What are you doing about that? That's the first thing, because I always have this theory that, and sometimes I also say that, size, there are two crimes that I think you can be charged for. One of them is aiding and abetting crimes. The other one is causing financial loss to the state. And let me show you why I think that these are crimes that you can be charged for, even though you don't do it adequately, voluntarily, so you may not know. By ignorance of the law is no excuse. Now, in terms of the first one, aiding and abetting crime, sometimes we go and perform compliance audits. Now, my point is that if you go and perform such an audit, and the law on which that program is based is faulty from the beginning, the policy which is guiding that program is faulty, and even the design itself is faulty, and you go and you come and say that they have complied well. Yes, they have complied, but what have they complied to? They've complied to criminality. So for me, it does get to a point I'm asking that, shouldn't the SAI be on the table at the point of design? And again, I know some of the SAIs will raise issues of independence, but independence is not isolation. I always say it. There is a difference between isolation and independence, and we must be nuanced about it and be careful how we throw this thing about independence, and we are isolating ourselves, putting ourselves in boxes, and crimes are being committed. And so when in the name of independence that project does not happen, and you only come after the facts, that child who died as a result of the CHIPS compound not being built, you have a question to answer. Maybe not to me, but if you believe in the existence of God, probably to him. But before then, maybe Gavi and Global Fund should punish you somehow for that before you receive your God or your punishment from God. So back to you, Charles. What system are you putting in place? And I mean realistic system. And we are going to hold you on to this. Yeah. This is being recorded live. So if you make any commitment, we'll hold on to it. And the sides are here. Please, I'll give all of you my number. If they don't follow through and you hear that they've come to your country and they did not inform you, please call me. He's in my country. I know how I'll deal with him. Yeah. So, Charles.
No, thank you for that, Isaac. And look, I don't need to say much. I think I can point to some examples. And maybe I'm a little bit biased with Malawi. And my namesake Charles here, he, at least when I worked with Global Fund and I was working on the portfolio, I know he was part of most of our meetings when we come to country. I don't know if that has changed, but I believe it's still the case. How did we get to do that? It's through finding an avenue to engage with the SAIs, to have a debrief with them through this lady Aidspan, where we gave them our first training about who we were, how we operate. Okay? Education and knowledge is key. We would, through our engagement, and like I told you, through our focal points, what we're going to be doing is put it as a key agenda that when they come, at least they come and say hello, meet you. And through that initial engagement, what we are going to be doing is at least inform you about our schedule, when our grants are coming up. And then make the time just to be an observer, like Charles does when I was in Malawi. He will come sit at the back of the room, just listening to what is going on. Okay? And I think that alone gives you so much information about what is going on. You don't have to comment, but just listening that, oh, they are planning to sign this. Oh, they are engaging these people. They are planning to do this. And then maybe that would give you some kind of idea of what is going on. The other thing is this Aidspan and what we are trying to do with them. We'll try to roll that out because that also gives you more insight into what we are doing. Okay? And in addition to Aidspan, we are also going to ensure that our focal points, when they come and they meet you, after they've said hello and you get used to them, that you organize some one-on-one discussions with them as well, right? Where they can brief you on some of the issues that we are seeing in our grants. You know, the thing I always say is prevention is one thing that really helps us a lot. And prevention you do through
communication, through knowledge, right? Understanding where the issues are coming from so that you can put a stop to the problem before it becomes a big problem. And even if you cannot put a stop to the entire big thing, you can at least reduce the impact before it comes. And that is how I would like to approach this, Isaac. We have examples, and I'm sure other sides can talk about examples that they have done in countries. And one thing we are also doing is, as part of the KPI of our assurance providers, the first 3 months, they have to confirm that they have engaged with all key stakeholders. All key stakeholders. And why are we saying that? Because we want them to have a knowledge base that covers beginning to end, so that when they are talking about providing the necessary reviews and all that, that they understand the entire scope. Okay, so we on our part, there are limits to what we can do, because like I said, we don't have presence in country, but you are there 24/7, and hence the engagement that we want to have with you. So Isaac, this is how we are approaching it. As part of our framework which you are developing, we are trying to put in some of the these things in there through our assurance providers, through our engagement with SAIS, make sure that they are well informed, make sure that our focal points are talking to them, make sure that at least if we can, maybe another thing we are thinking about, but we cannot promise too much, is to have also some direct engagement with the SAIS, not through this gathering, but through some direct gathering which we will try to establish, where we also can inform you from our level of things that are coming up, so that you are also aware of it and support us in this journey. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. In the interest of time, but I want to ask again, Mr. Donovo and then Charles, you can all take a bite at it. I think you also mentioned something, and yes, I've seen that problem pan out on the ground, where you have a situation where you have multiple donors providing resources or programs going on, and you have agencies picking or choosing and picking based on which ones are paying higher per diems and which ones are not paying higher per diems. And so they are not bothered by the objectives of the programs, but rather what they will make of it. So as donor or resource partner community, how are you trying to, because if there's a World Bank job and that is paying me per diem of let's say $200, and there is a Gavi one that is paying a per diem of 300 or 100, depending on what it is, I'll decide which one I want to go for. And then sometimes another risk over there, and that is why the involvement of SAI is also very important, is that the same program they will do, they have funding from about 4 sources. And that is why the public sector, most of the time, they are richer than we, the private people, even though we think we receive higher salaries. Their salaries are low, but they are richer than us. So those are some of the means. So for you, and obviously I know Mr. Donovo will have a lot to say based on the experience, but for you, what are you doing to curb some of these challenges? Because at the end of the day, if you do that, the outcomes you expect will not be attained. Yes.
No, thank you so much for that. And one thing we've done, which I think would help a lot with this, because we've been talking a lot about this, and we try to do it at the different levels in countries where, for instance, in countries we try to have a harmonized rate, and then our assurance providers be sure that is applied, and in countries we've ruled them out and it's working, and we make sure that we don't go beyond those kind of rates. But the big step we've taken now is we've signed an MOU with the Global Fund, and the purpose of this MOU is really to harmonize most of these things. Okay, we want to be able to say to Global Fund, oh, we have a budget for, let's say, Nigeria. Can we look at maybe how you are costing some of these areas, maybe not all the areas, but some of these areas, and let's see if it's the same thing. So we are growing in our relationship with the Global Fund. We are, like Ada mentioned, I think yesterday, we are meeting, we are going to have semi-annual meetings. On our level, with me and my colleague Eric, we meet even on a weekly basis because we are in the same building. And we are trying to really harmonize things at that level and to make sure that we prevent, at least where our budgets are concerned, that there is double dipping. That's the first thing. The second thing is when we run our RFPs, okay, we also discuss with them when we want to put assurance providers and all that on the kind of services that we are trying to do. And that is also one thing. And that the evidence is even this gathering here. You know, like we said, Gavi never used to be here until last year. Okay, the reason why we are here is because we want to make sure that we are aligned with our approach, to make sure that whatever we are talking, where possible with Global Fund, because don't forget, we are different institutions, and we have different objectives, but there are areas where we can harmonize. And we come to these places and we go back and we really work a lot towards meeting the objectives of what we've spoken about. One of the things we would seriously be looking at is how also when we talk about some of these strategic initiatives, how we can expand it to include some of the key country partners, because at times we work on it at the donor level, right? But it's important to have that country engagement involved in it so that whatever we are doing goes to the core of some of these issues we are talking about and not only coming from the top. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Donovo. Yeah, I think two things at least I can talk about. One is within the partners, development partners, there's the need for greater collaboration and coordination among them. I remember when I was in charge of public financial management reforms on behalf of the World Bank in Zimbabwe from 2010, we set up a PFM donor coordinating group because of differences in approaches and etc. If we forget that we have one client, and this one goes and tell them that no, pull your ears. Once they know, push it in. Once they know, don't touch it. So we confuse the client most of the times. So we had a PFM donor group which worked well such that the health sector, I remember, also put up their own donor group. So having a health sector partners or development partners donor group which will include all of you will help. Even before you talk about per diems and the rates to be used, people are already on the ground. So they can share their experience with you easily, so you don't have to reinvent the wheel, so that things move faster. So that is one side. But one of the things you may not know about me is that I worked in the Ministry of Finance for about 20 years before leaving to the World Bank. So I'm also part of the PFM, and I always say that most of the reform initiatives in Ghana, I brought them. I implemented the payroll, I implemented the gift miss, and etc. all before leaving to the World Bank. So I understand that. One of the key things we also realized when I was at the Treasury was that many of the ministries, including health, were hiding donor funding and their internally generated fund. So we put it inside the PFM law to say that in preparing your budget must show three categories: your internally generated fund, what government is giving you, and what development partners are giving you. And you can't spend above any of those figures. So if a donor or development partner promises you 20 million and you deceive us that you are getting only 10 million, it's only 10 million you can spend. Okay? People were not taking it seriously. Then when I came back as Auditor General, I went to enforce it, disallowing expenditures above the disclosed development partner assistance. Because I said, look, the appropriation bill or the act is a law which allows you to collect from Global Fund only 5 million. So why did you take 6 million? The remaining 1 million, you have to pay it back to Global Fund, and they were not happy with me at all. And I think this is a role that government side or the Supreme Audit Institution can also take up to ensure that there is transparency even to the government of the various resources available to the ministries, department, and agencies. In this case, the total resource envelope available to the health sector, showing what they generate themselves, which is their internally generated fund, what development partners give them, and then what comes from the consolidated fund. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Maybe let me add a point there, and I think we had this with Rwanda, where it's important also, and I think we also need some level of education on the donor side about how PFMs work. Because a grant agreement may say that we've signed a grant amount for 200 million. And we tell you annually we are going to disburse this amount of money. However, we may not necessarily disburse the entire amount in that particular year. Because if you have not absorbed everything we say we are going to disburse, we may give you what you need. So I think, and that is why I say it's always important that SAIs participate in some of these workshops and make the time, and also participate in our grant discussions, because then you understand better how we operate and you can advise us the same way we discuss with you, and also advise the country on the best approach, okay, so that we don't fall into a scenario where it looks like there was lack of misunderstanding. And I remember in Rwanda, they told us, once you sign that grant, we put it as money that is coming in our budget. So you cannot disburse less. You have to disburse the entire amount. You know, because if there is a shortfall in that budget, where are we going to get the money? And we didn't know that. They educated us. So that's the same way we also have to get that education from most of these countries as we enter into the PFM world. We may know a lot, but we may not know much. So through your disengagement, and one thing we've put in the MOU with AfroSai is for them to come and educate us as well. It's in the MOU. You can ask Edmond. We have put it in there that they come to Gavi, to Global Fund, and teach us how these things work. And maybe I'll get my big boss here to come and give us some training as well, because he knows so much. But that is one thing that we need to consider. Thank you.
Okay, at this point, I think I'll probably invite the rest of the house. Is it Rogers who said that there are two main ways of learning? One by reading, the other by associating with smart people. You obviously agree that these are smart people with smart knowledge. So now I'm going to give everybody the opportunity to associate, as we also seek to associate with you, because you are also smart people. So we are going to learn through smart association. So I'll give you welcome questions that you may have. We have some people, we have some of our colleagues online. So for being there for that long, I'll probably take the first question from online if anybody is ready. Otherwise, we give it to someone in the room here, and then when they are ready, you alert me, and then we will involve them, because this is an association with smart people. So we want to associate ourselves with them as well. Yes, Charles.
Thank you, Daniel, and thank you, Charles. I'm not coming with a question, but it's a comment. And that comment also triggers what was said or what was mentioned by Grace on Monday when we were going through the resource mobilization mechanism. I take a SAI as an institution that is wearing two hats. One, that of providing assurance, and two, that of a diplomatic ambassador for a local Malawian, I'm always a Malawian, but that local person in our country who is supposed to be a beneficiary of these grants but does not have a say. I was overwhelmed when I was actually presenting that 4-module approach, audit approach, where there is also like inclusive auditing sort of, or maybe use of the other committees that are involved in this, which means the Office of the Auditor General should not be seen to be isolating itself from the community. I like your statement, the difference between independence and isolation. We are supposed to be seen to be independent. At the same time, we are supposed to be seen to be part of the society, sharing the societal problem, and be a solution to that problem. Gavi and the Global Fund are coming to us as an aid. The problem is not theirs, the problem is ours. So they're trying to come in as a solution to our problem. Now, if we are biased too much on the financing part of it, then we miss a point. Let me remind everybody here that Gavi and the Global Fund, their primary objective is to save a life. Nothing else but saving a life. Let us not take it. I know you are sometimes you are rude. You had a slide on Monday where you said the mobilization is not fundraising. I didn't like it. But it was the truth. Why should a side take mobilization as fundraising? We're missing a point. Let us take this as an opportunity that a side can come in and add value to the primary objective of the two sets. Then we are on course. I thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are taking our seats on the right table as size. We are supposed to be strategically inclined. That means that we might be starting when the process is starting. That's what Charles is saying, and not be throwing our independence all over the place. Okay. The next contribution, questions for our distinguished panelists. Do you have anyone online, please? Not yet, okay. Oh, so it means that from here we are going to increase the resources in our nations by multiples, because it looks like everything is clear. You have a clear pathway to mobilizing resources. And like I said, it's not just about always expecting something in. It's also about saving what is there. We spoke about resource alignment, right? What is there? How do you align it to ensure that, like I also said, that more help for money, the same resources, you make a lot of outcomes from it. So that is, I mean, whilst I wait for you to think about your questions, there are some lessons from other, maybe I'll say some of them, maybe you can comment on it. I think, I mean, we've already touched on the case of Rwanda. I think one other area or country that we can look at how they've been successful at this, to some extent, is the Philippines, right? And that was where I heard for the first time the sin tax. I don't know how many of you know about it, where sin tax, S-I-N, tax. Basically, that is what they put on, like tobacco, alcohol, and those kind of products that have health implications, right? So whilst using it to mobilize funding, they are also helping to curb some health problems. So it solves one God, two problems, right? One God solving two problems, yeah. And I think that is something they did very well. And what happened was that there was a lot of opposition, as always. Right, opposition to it. But what they did was they brilliantly involved the people, the masses, the grassroots. So that is one thing that we need to. And I think the same thing was used for the NHIS. Sometimes it's also about how you package it, the innovative packaging. So it was packaged that, okay, it's going to solve a social problem so that people can go to hospital free when they are sick. And so that actually, convinced the people. Unfortunately, it's one thing implementing it or making the law, and another thing, so it's not been implemented as it was envisaged. But what I'm talking about is innovative packaging and ensuring that whatever you are putting in place is something that will get the masses buy-in. And once you have that, I'm sure you are on your way to the mobilization, and all of us. So, yes, Thomas.
Thank you very much, our panelists. One thing that also comes to my mind when it comes to aid and grants is that, and that's my observation, it's the more the aid and grant is coming into our countries, the more the extravagance is also happening. How is it happening? It's because I think in many countries where there's Global Fund and Gavi, I think countries have totally ignored budgets for health in these three diseases. And I'm worried about the issue of the going concern, because if Gavi and Global Fund was not there 20 years ago, definitely they will not be there in one time. If they'll be there, probably they'll be diminishing in their support. So probably I think as size, I think it's also high time we should also be giving some highlights on the going concern of the government basket, with or without the Global Fund. Because I don't know the experience of the development partners, in this case Global Fund and Gavi. When you see your investment and you see extravagance on the other side of the same government, what is your reaction? And what has been your comments? Because sometimes these things are very clear to say, we are pushing too much to get these resources. But it's the same country that is also not being very proactive and manage their resources on the other side. The other issue is the issue of the public debt. For me, I thought that the coming in of the development partners, Global Fund and Gavi, where there are huge resources coming to government, our public debt was supposed to be decreasing. And unfortunately, they are increasing. Meaning that if Global Fund and Gavi is out, our exposure is just too dangerous to see and maybe to interpret. Lastly, it is the issue of the management of medical equipment. I've seen that because the investment that are being talked now, they're not necessarily pharmaceuticals. They also come as part and parcel as equipment. And we'll see that there's equipment that has come to the country or to the hospital, but there's no sustainability in terms of management. The very first day, there's a simple maintenance. They'll call Gavi, they'll call Global Fund. I think these are some of the issues that we also need to raise in our reports in terms of maintenance as well as sustainability. And if that is not done, I think we'll continue be beggars. Yes, I hear that indeed the rich beggars doing this work for us, but they will also have fatigue in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So if you want to have...
I mean, I cannot agree with you. I fully agree that we have to make sure that, and that is why we are both talking about PFM. And when I projected, you saw that we want visibility around our grants, and that's why we want it to be included as part of the government budget. And that is one thing that we are measuring, and make sure that we are using government accounts and all that, so that that is visible, that that money is reflected. Okay? Because what happens is in certain countries, and I don't want to mention names, but I have had sat in the Ministry of Finance, and the guy told me, we cannot be your recipient because you guys, you put people in prison. If anything gets missing, you just throw people in jail. And I said, but why would you think something will be missing to start with? So as much as we want to engage, where you can help us is to help us with the right people to engage with, to make sure that our finances are reflected in the government books. And that is one thing that PFM, when we talk about PFM in Gavi, That is what we want to do. We want our funding to be reflected in government books. When we disburse money, there is visibility about how much money we have disbursed. There is clear visibility about what is being reported to us. We want it to come from government systems. Where there are gaps, we are happy to help to fix those gaps. And I think by doing that, it will reduce a little bit of the fact that our funds are going outside of the system and it's benefiting other pockets. And you can talk about procurement. It's the same thing, okay? And this is why we donors at times are hesitant to invest in assets, okay? And so this engagement, like we say, is like building, and we are starting from the beginning. But through these engagements, we don't know everything. And that is why we are talking to you, because we believe that this goes beyond just audits. You can inform us, you can help us, you can educate us, and this is the engagement we are looking for. Because at times it's not even easy to have the person or persons who can even help us. Okay, once we were asking for the capacity building plan of a country to address the capacity gaps in the ministry. We are still waiting for it. Are you telling me those plans do not exist? Are you telling me that we don't have capacity assessments that have been done, that has been documented as gaps by yourselves during your audits and in other instances? But when we ask for it, today we are still waiting for it. So what do? We pay people to go and do the assessment to tell us where the gaps are. These are some of the problems we face as donors. So when it comes to public debt, yes, this is why we introduce counterpart financing, so that we make sure that we are not blocking a gap so that the money is used to go and do something else. We say, okay, commit that you are also going to contribute this amount to the health sector. So these are some of the things that we are pushing hard, but I think with us as a team, and for me that is the key message I want us, if we are coming to an end, to have in mind. As a team, where I pass the ball to you, you pass the ball to me, I give a clear pass to Eric and he shoots and we score a goal. That is how a team we have to work together. We have to work as a team. We have to work as one, because we donors are coming in, like you rightly said, to support. But if we are seen as the external party, oh, they are coming and oh, these people, no. Embrace us, give us the information, work with us to develop the ideas, and let's implement it together and we will succeed. Thank you very much.
Okay. Do you have any comment on it?
Yes, a few comments on that. The use of resources or misuse of resources when mobilized, it can be disheartening. You know, where I stand, I've been with the development partners for several years and also for government several years. And I was a senior financial management specialist when we designed a project and supplied about 40 vehicles to a country to support them do a whole lot of things. And about a week later, the country manager called me and said, Daniel, the vehicles that you bought, we've seen them at the beach. They are carrying a whole lot of people. And they have actually written the name of the donor on it. So she said that I can see that this is our vehicle. And I was like, oh my God. And I jokingly said 10% loss is accepted. So that is just 1 out of 45. So it's not up to 10%. So let's go with that. But to be honest with you, when you have to especially prepare project proposals, go and defend it, get board approval, the hell you go through, only to see how the resources are being used. Many times you don't take time, you will say, enough, I will not do this anymore. But the need is there. We should not always forget about that. The need to which we should put those resources still remains. So we must always put our eye on the bigger ball. With the public debt, my colleague has answered correctly. And maintenance, which you raise, is a big issue. I remember as Auditor General, one day I walked to the Minister of Finance in Ghana and said, Mr. Minister, I've seen so much investment in the public sector, but I see very little maintenance and repairs. Why don't we take 1 or 2 years budget and say we are not investing anything, we are not buying anything new. Let's fix what we have. He looked at me and said, hey, you will create problem for me. You want me to lose my position. When people don't procure, they'll kick me out of my office. But seriously, at times, it's disheartening to see that it's easier for a government institution, in fact, health is inclusive, to buy new vehicles, but they can't fix even the tire of a vehicle. And we ask, what is wrong here? I'm not talking about vehicles which are 20 years old. At times the vehicle is barely a year old and is packed. Just because of maybe the tire or just because of something very little. So that culture is a bit disturbing, and I think we need to sensitize ourselves. That is the wastage I'm talking about, and try to eliminate it as much as possible. If we don't do that, I think we'll be shooting ourselves in the foot. Because the truth of the matter is that the donor support will come to an end. The donor support will come to an end. So we must have to eschew the extravagance in our lifestyle. We may also have to reduce the wastage. And most importantly, we must have to reduce corruption so that monies and resources can be put to the good use. Thank you.
Okay, do we have 1 or 2 more? Otherwise, I will summarize with a few points that we have taken, and then I will have the last comment of our distinguished discussant, and then we'll call it a day. So I think what I heard, and I believe you also heard same, because we're in the same room, is that obviously there has to be a lot more collaboration to ensure that there is a 360 view of the resources in the country. That is the starting point. There has to be a 360 view, and that will really help to curb the incidence of misuse and misapplication of resources. Laws are not enough. In some cases there are laws made, but the implementation is a challenge, and this is where the value of size can come in handy. I think we also heard of realigning resources. So sometimes it's not about getting new resources, but realignment. And one of the ways to do that is, for instance, expenditure review, which can lead to actually identify opportunities to move resources from where they are least needed or ineffective areas to more effective areas, right? So that's also very important. We also heard of, well, of course, we heard about seeing through projects. Like we begin some projects and those projects are never seen through, because maybe the appetite or the motivation sometimes goes down for various reasons that we know. And talking about size, we need to involve them early if they are to understand, because you cannot audit what you don't understand, right? So you need to have a clear overview of what you are going to audit. And in fact, sometimes some of the problems can be averted right from the beginning, so they don't need to go and audit. But by the time their audit recommendations come, the children or that child who was supposed to have a CHIPS company and didn't have it will have gone, and no amount of recovery or refund will bring that child back. So involving size at the early stage is important. Then collaboration even among the partners themselves to ensure that they help us to improve efficiency. We also made that point. And then engaging other partners like the assurance providers are also necessary. Harmonizing rate for per diem and other motivations, we also talked about that. So I think with this, of course, we talk about maintenance culture that we need to ensure that we develop. So with this, I will take the last comments from both Mr. Domovivo and Charles, and they'll call it.
All right, thank you very much for the opportunity. As my winding up comments, I would like to first and foremost appeal to the development partners to use more of country systems than what I call bypasses. They use the bypass and ignore the main road. Because yes, there are potholes on the main road. Fix the potholes so that we can use the main road instead of relying on bypass. And you use the bypass at times at your own peril. Because if there's a problem over there, then you come back to the main system and say, help us. You say, but you preferred using the bypass instead of the main road. So use the systems that are there. Especially procurement. I would like to urge you that let's use the country systems for procurement as well. I did some work as a development partner to look at the use of partner organizations, and on 2 occasions it led to the cancellation of the agreement because the partners are very expensive. They don't even allow you to audit. I don't know whether you are aware of that. Many times they say, let's use single audit concept, the concept of single audit. We engage one auditor who has audited us already, so you don't have so much insight into their activities. But I produced a report to say that these guys are expensive messengers. In one occasion, about 80% of the resources were going to the partner's own use instead of putting it to the other use. And I described them as very expensive messengers. So it was better we kick the partners outside and they use the system. What it also does to the countries that you never develop their capacity. So it is good, and I recommend that all development partners should do everything, not only supreme audit institutions, but their procurement processes, and more importantly, internal audit systems within the countries. In fact, when I was Auditor General at times, people wondered why I spoke so often on internal audit. And I always tell them that supreme audit institutions are like pathologists. They tell you the reason why the person died, but he's dead already. We need a physician who can keep the sick guy alive, not a pathologist only. So we will come and tell you how much was stolen, but it has been stolen. But an internal auditor can even stop the transaction in the process. If we say we should go and buy new stock of maybe vehicles, and we have more than necessary vehicles, the internal auditor can raise the flag and say, no, we have. And that can save the public funds. So please engage with the internal auditors of the various countries, just as you are engaging with the supreme audit institutions. But the assurance from the supreme audit institutions cannot be overemphasized. It is very necessary. Work with them. They have a mandate which you can have. They have a mandate which a private company can never give you. I remember always telling the development partners when I was in office, I said, look, if even I'm not going to disallow the expenditure and surcharge, you can be sure that the fact that the audit is carried out by my office, the report will go to Parliament and it will be a public discussion. And in Ghana, I hope you know, people like audit report a lot. What we do, our law requires that immediately the Auditor General submits the report to the Speaker to be laid in Parliament. He must publish it for Ghanaians who are the shareholders to also know. So maximum 1 hour. Immediately they deliver. In fact, the Parliament is not far from my office. It's just about 10 minutes walk. So immediately they come back with the delivery notes from the Speaker. I issue a press statement that I've issued this audit report, is available on my website. Ghanaians, go there and have a look at it. And in the next 30 minutes, all the radio stations start discussing only audit report. So please use the supreme audit institutions. If nothing at all, there will be transparency about the findings of that audit, which scares some people. And again, these people may be called to Public Accounts Committee and held accountable. That scares them. In some situations, some of the Supreme Audit institutions have the mandate to even disallow the expenditure and surcharge. So please, I want to plead with the development partners that this partnership with the Supreme Audit institutions is very important. And lastly, there is a saying that if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go together. Is that not it? So whatever you can do to help the French-speaking African countries to also come on board, please, let's do it. I heard from Global Fund zero, and I heard from Gavi zero. I don't think this zero business should continue. Let's bring them on board. Whatever we can do to help them so that they can also play the role. It may be even a joint assignment. If you think they don't have the capacity or etc., let's do what we can to bring them all on board. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And from my side, I think everything has been said. And the most important thing is, like I said, we work as a team. We need you, and we look forward to engaging with you. And we will do everything in our power to make sure that we don't use only such gatherings, but we establish direct relationships with you as well. And also some of the points that have been raised here, we have taken them into account, and we would really be working on them, especially in the areas where we think it's important. Try to harmonize our approach as donors to also reduce the burden on countries. I think it's one area that we consider as very, very important. The other area is on internal audits. It's an area that I think for those who were here last year, you heard me screaming about it. Every occasion I got, I'll say, what about internal audit? What about internal audit? It's something we work on. We have some challenges around that area about their independence and how we can work with them, but we have to address that, and we will address that. And even I think in the Afro-SAI MOU, there is an aspect of internal audit that we have included there. So all these are in the pipeline, and I tell you that there's pressure we are going to give these guys in Afro-SAI. They have no clue. But at Aidspan, we need a lot to be done, and this is just the beginning. But you guys, again, are so important to us that, like I said, at times we don't know even how to get to you. So the last time I came here, I got some cards. I sent it to my colleagues. I said, call this SAI, they'll meet you. Call this person, they'll meet you. And we'll have to continue with that. Get a database. One thing that we are trying to establish is a database of all the key people or our focal points in the SAIs. Okay? And once we get that database established, that is only when we can organize more frequent engagement with you guys. So as we conclude this meeting, I'm going to collect data from IDA on who are the key people that we can contact from this meeting, and we are going to start establishing, build that database by country, and then make sure that we establish a forum where we can have some of these discussions we are having here, not to undermine this event at all, but that we take it to the next step as we continue this journey. I thank you very much, and I look forward to engaging further. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Your last words, involving the internal auditors. Yeah, involving the internal auditors and then CREFIAF. It just reminds me of a Chinese proverb by a Chinese philosopher. He says that, tell me and I'll forget, teach me and I'll remember, involve me and I'll learn. Let us go back with this mindset that we are going to involve the internal auditors and all the other parties, and we all learn together. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for that wonderful session. And with that one, then we can proceed to have lunch. I have to check. Yes. But, all right. I'll check, but we're proceeding for lunch. Then we meet in hours time, but if you can do it earlier, the better. Thank you.
So we'll hear briefly what you have been doing, or your experiences, or what you plan to do. And to start us off, we will hear from Malawi. Precious, you're welcome to do your presentation. Thank you.
Precious Kamange. I'm a chief auditor in the Office of the Auditor General, National Audit Office, Malawi. I'll be presenting on the lessons from the SAI Capacity Development Project, success, challenges, and best practices. That's an overview of my presentation. By way of introduction, SAI Malawi participated in 5 roundtable conferences. There was a first in 2019 here in Kigali, Rwanda, and then there were those. There was the first in Kigali, here in Kigali in 2019, and then there were 3 others that followed, and then the current one, which is also being held here in Kigali. A stretch, because you're looking at assistant auditors, auditors, principal auditors, chief auditors, and then assistant auditors general, just to make sure that all the people that are involved in the audit processes take part in the trainings. Just to talk about the audit toolkit, Global Fund and Gavi presented us with an audit toolkit, an appreciation of the audit toolkit because it's user-friendly, it's detailed, and it actually describes the audit stages comprehensively. Also, to give feedback, during the trainings, we had a chance to visit some health facilities where the audit toolkit was put in place, and then we had to apply all those, a number actually of the stages while conducting the mock audits. In our audits that we've conducted, of course I'll talk about those audits in the later stages. We have not been able to use the toolkit holistically because we had to target specific stages that we thought we could use and apply at a particular stage. For example, the risk assessment and when addressing specific subject matters, for example, the supply chain. Use of the toolkit during the actual audits was a bit challenging in terms of, I think this is about the performance audit methodology and programmatic audit procedures, trying to synchronize how we can marry the methodology in performance and then the programmatic audit procedures. Just to mention also that the training in 2022, the online refresher, actually tried to address the challenges. We put forward those challenges, and in that training, those issues were actually clarified. Another challenge is about time constraints. Generally, to perform all the steps and stages in the audit toolkit has proven to be a challenge. In terms of alignment with our needs, I'm referring to the client in the execution of the audit. Our expectation generally is that we should be able to have a draft set of financial statements for these grants on commencement, or actually when they're actually requesting for our services. But you find that you are the client's premises, you are actually in the course of the audit, it takes through the PIU would have to look at our budgets, and if they don't have enough resources, we actually face budget cuts. Secondly, in the same area of funding, for them to process the logistics, it actually takes a lot of time. So you would wait for 3 weeks or more before you actually get your logistics. So that actually would affect the audit process in terms of timing. And then the last one is to do with the resources. You know, we always need resources like laptops, and then mobility like vehicles sometimes poses a challenge. On the positive impact, I would probably say that auditors have obtained an in-depth knowledge of the programs, and the trainings have facilitated a better way of providing oversight on the programs with the use of the detailed toolkit for gathering evidence. And the training has influenced our science practices, the design of the audit procedures at all stages. Those are some of the stages, takes into account the unique nature of Gavi and Global Fund audits. And the toolkit provides a general change to the audit approach in such a way it accords you a chance whether you want to do a hybrid or some sort of audit. Potential collaboration with other sites. We actually plan to explore collaboration opportunities with other sites, such as twinning. This has been our plan for some time, and that we hope that we'll be able to gain more experiences in such kind of an arrangement. And our site can support to learn from others beyond the project's duration through exchange programs. I think this is supporting what was said above, and provide resource persons to train other sites. We've done this as a site. We've had performance auditors, IT auditors that have actually been resource persons in other sites. This has actually probably benefited the other sides as well as ourselves, because these people, when they come back, they will have to give us feedback on however the experience was. And then share experiences direct to size and regional gatherings. I think a gathering of this one is an opportunity that would provide a learning ground. In conclusion, the decision to engage size in auditing the grants was positive. I remember yesterday we were talking about the size mandate and also the ability for the size to easily access information from government departments, ministries. This actually accords the reports would have provided a bigger picture. The capacity building program by Aidspan has been instrumental in enhancing and strengthening the size to decide their mandate. I think this was also a discussion yesterday. And then leveraging on the powers and mandate of the size coupled with experience in audits of public sector entities and projects to help achieving the aims of the grants through the oversight provided. And this is what I had. Actually, we had as Sai Malawi. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Sai Malawi. If you have a question or remark, just preserve it, then we do it once at the end of this presentation. Next, we hear from Nigeria. Kindly welcome to have your presentation.
Okay, good afternoon all. Please, can we have it? Okay. All right, my name is Omeswe Chukwudike, and we are, Nigeria, due to our size, we have two sides, and we are presenting a consolidated report, and this is done with the SAI, Nigeria, and Lagos State Auditor General, because Lagos State is also one of the Global Fund PRs. This is background, and as a background, we have to know that the Constitution grants us as SAI and the Lagos State Auditor General the authority to audit all inflows, revenues, grants, donation that come into the country's coffers. We have about 7 PRs. Out of the 7 PRs, 3 are government-owned actors, which are the NACA for the HIV, Lagos State Ministry of Health, and the National Tuberculosis and Leprosy Control Program. So these 3, we have the constitutional responsibility to audit them. But the other 4 PROs, FHI 360, Catholic Relief Service, Institute of Human Virology of Nigeria, and National Malaria Eradication Program that handle several aspects of the grants. We as SAI don't have the mandate to audit them directly, but that can be done through agreed upon procedure arrangement as provided by International Standards for Related Service 4400. In SAI Nigeria, we have an existing structure where we have 30 departments, and out of that 30 departments, 3 departments focus on health. And there is a newly created department, which is about a month old, that focuses on international audit and liaison department, where our discussion about donor funding is domiciled, including AfroSAI. Maybe very soon you will start having correspondence with this department. Unfortunately, we did everything to make sure that the director of the department is here with us, so that he will understand this better and represent the interests of this donor funding activities in the senior management. So they coordinate international audits and also are in charge of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs audit and embassy audit. So, but on Lagos State, there is a new creation of a performance audit directorate, which will be taking care of the programmatic audits and most of these discussions that we are having. So on that, our involvement in donor-funded activities, we have Global Fund already, Gavi, and World Bank and Melinda Gates also intervene in Basic Health Provision Fund. That is the fund that is created for the poorest of the poor. So due to the paucity of funds and the limited number of trained staff, the SAI has not been able to carry out the audits as expected. We are not there, but we have started, and we know we will get there very soon. So the training that we have already had, it has been mentioned that the office has had 3 solid, fruitful trainings with Aidspan. The first phase, we had 16 senior and middle level staff that were trained on enhancing capacity on the audit of the Global Fund. Then on phase 2, which happened in 2022, it was expanded. SAI Nigeria and Lagos State Auditor General staff as an upscaling training on still the Global Fund, grant audits. Then we had the phase 3, which we did this year, that focused on Gavi and the basic health care. On that, we expanded it further by adding the National Primary Health Agency and the National Health Insurance Agency, because they are key actors on this program. So the benefit we derive from the training, under the training we were able to understand the different actors and their roles, the different layers of assurance, the usefulness of the toolkits, the immunization program and the Gavi grants, the implementation, hosting, arrangements, quantifications, and challenges that the Gavi grant faces. And in the basic health, the operations of the fund, the risk areas and the challenges. And at the end of the day, we were made to understand that aside there are a lot of expectations, which are one, to own the audit of these funds, upscale our capacity to audit them, and also the need to strengthen the system of management of this fund by SAI, and the sustainability of the program. The audit toolkit was used during the OIG audit. 4 of our staff were included in the audit, and the deployment of the toolkit was very helpful. But for the Gavi, we have learned about the toolkit, but we practicalize it during the demonstration and the training. We've not started the Gavi audit, but we believe that as time goes on, there will be much more familiarity and the application of this toolkit and the audit. Yeah, we tested it on basic health care because before the training, the audit of the grant had already been commissioned. It has already been done. And the one that was ongoing was the federal government contribution, which is 1% of the national budget. That's what goes into the basic health care provision. So at the end, we now realize that the toolkit has shaped and standardized the audit process, that once the toolkit is followed religiously, you will not miss anything. It will help in the comprehensive audit coverage So the work plan implementation, we had our work plan, but because of most of these arrangements have not been firmed up, so the work plan could not be, followed religiously. But anyhow, the SAN Nigeria carried out the federal component of the audit of NACA. While the federal component was on, the external auditors was also on. So even for us to do some aspect of compliance audit was difficult because of the presence of the external auditor. So we just concentrated on the federal government component, and maybe we postponed that. Later it might be commissioned. Then the basic health care fund grants, also the portion of the federal government is still ongoing, as I said before. For Gavi, the MOU is about to be firmed up. We've discussed with Charles, and he has given us the firm commitment that we will take it up from here. Whatever be the position where we are, we have to move in the speed of light. However, in carrying out our normal periodic check, which is like a compliance audit on this vaccine administration, the department that is responsible also does some work on them and also reports to the parliament. So other federal government funded health programs are comprehensively audited. Okay, so the benefits that have been derived from participating in this audit, we are able to have a first-hand knowledge of problems in supply chain management of a global fund, the risk that are faced by the facilities at product expiry level, delay supplies. We also had the practical application of the toolkit, and we expect to improve on it, the familiarity and the use. The identification of supplies that were not fit for use. For example, one of the PROs, CROs, that's Catholic Relief Service, when you were during the audit, because I was scheduled to handle that, when you get to the CROs, everything, documentation, everything was perfect. But one of the sub-recipients that we insisted to visit, you now realize that the face mask that was bought, that's through the CRS, were not fit for purpose. They were not used. It became a loss to that. So the movement from the PROs, the sub to sub-sub, at the end, maybe through the programmatic, we will be able to unveil some of the risk that are inherent in the project and the programs. So we observe delays in products, deliveries by contractors. Under basic health care provision, we recommended strategies in developing reliable national social register on beneficiaries, because we observe that the social register that is used, I say this for the poorest of the poor, and they are using the primary health care agencies. But most of the social registers are not reliable. And, government pays through the National Health Insurance, you pay capitation, there are provision of drugs, there are payment for staff and all those stuff. But when the beneficiaries list is not reliable, then is facing a lot of risk. So we also recommended ways to reduce the political interference. We had a lot of political interference in the basic health care front. Cushioning irregular funding, as irregular funding of the fund affects the wages of the medical staff, because there are some staff that were their payroll, they were on the payroll of the Basic Health Care Provision Fund, because at that primary level, you may not have the enough nurses and medical attendants. So once the funding wasn't coming regularly, it affects their retention. Now, development of strategy to determine vulnerability change in basic health care. Somebody might be in the list as being vulnerable this year. 5 years, the person is still there. Does it mean there is no change? So the strategy to ensure review of this list was not available, so we recommended that. So the challenges we have is the staff rotation within the side departments. You know, we are expecting this to be minimized because previously previously Global Fund and Gavi had a desk officer. And you know there is limitation to which the desk officer will push some things. But now we have the department that is manned by a director. So the desk officer has been posted, is now the deputy to the director. And with this, the directorate is going to be given its own staff. So these staff that are going to come in to be part of those that will carry out this assignment needs to be trained. So we will continue the conversation until we are sure that we have more stable staff that are doing this work year in and out. All right, so we have an adequate budgetary provision for the audit of grants, undefined responsibilities for follow-up actions and implementation of audit recommendation. Edward mentioned this. Like now, Nigeria, for some of us that know, for 1 year now we don't have Auditor General. Okay? And the person that is acting cannot even sign a report to the Parliament because he has to be Auditor General. So most of our audit work we have maybe 1 year, 2 years arrears to be sent. So even when they are sent, the parliaments take their time. So before these recommendations are implemented, the recommendation might become stale. So this undefined responsibility for follow-up action is quite a challenge. So the size and geographical spread of the country is also a big challenge. And the security challenges in many parts of the country. There are areas we are willing, even when the AIG came for the audit, we also had to advise them, though before they came, they would have made their own security checks to know where and where to go. So these are some of the challenges that we are facing in country. Then the lack of in-house experts in health-related fields, because the way ours is structured, you only employ accountants in the Office of Auditor General. So other professionals, you have to source them either from the sister agencies or you get a consultant. And sourcing from sister agencies also poses its own risk, because to what extent can he be held accountable on his recommendations and findings? So our expectations, we need more technical support and capacity building on global health initiative. We need more participation in audit of global health initiatives and grants. We also need enhanced financial support. And as this cannot be overemphasized, at the inception of the grant, you carry the size along. So the collaborations, we are out to collaborate with the Auditor General of the state and the SAI Nigeria. The collaboration we are already having, we deepen it, collaborate with the civil societies, and every interested party that will make our job qualitative. So I conclude by this Edwards saying that quality is everybody's responsibility. Therefore, I thank Aidspan and all the partners that made today a success. Thank you.
This is next day. Okay. Larger with introduction. The statutory mandate and the responsibilities of the Controller and the Auditor General, who is the head of Supreme Audit Institution of Tanzania, is more detailed under Article 143 of the Time to Time, and it is also stated under Section 10, subsection 1 of the Public Audit Cap 418, which also provides a statutory mandate for the CAG to conduct the audit of government entities. We are governed with mission, vision, and motto, which all, as you can go through, both of them aim at conducting modern audit. As you can see, the world is changing. SAI Tanzania is also changing to be in line with the prevailing situation. We are no longer conducting these traditional audits. We are conducting a very modernized audit, and when we are given the idea of conducting a programmatic audit, for us, we accepted that idea, and we are now in the pipeline to implement programmatic audit in the ongoing audits. What we do, our core values, it is, we just aim on, so we are trying our best to ensure that at all the time, independence and objectivity is taken into account. We also, that is the talk of the day. We are doing our best to ensure that we maintain our professionalism, whereby where we are in the areas we cannot perform those assignments, we do always engage experts in order to reduce audit risk. Integrity and the credibility and innovations, that are also our talk of the day, to ensure that at least we maintain integrity and the credibility to the public. As I have said, the SAI Tanzania, commonly known as National Audit Office of Tanzania, is headed by Controller and Auditor General, who is assisted by 5 Deputy Auditor General. We have Madam Wendia, who is responsible for auditing the central government and the various projects, including Global Fund, TB, and the HIV. Then after the level of the 5 DAGs, we have a number of Assistant Auditor Generals who are also assisted with Chief External Auditors. So in the rank, I'm the Chief External Auditor responsible to audit Ministry of Health. I'm reporting to the Assistant Auditor General Social Sector, who is reporting to the Deputy Auditor General Central Government, and the Deputy Auditor General Central Government is reporting to the CAG. So in short, this is our organization structure. Now, just to elaborate a few programs that we are auditing, when we start with the top, TB, malaria, then HIV, these are Global Fund programs which we have been auditing since its inception in Tanzania around 2000. So we have been auditing these programs and we are issuing reports. There are some challenges, some delays, but we are trying our best to ensure that we are in line with the requirements of the donor. We also audit Gavi under HSS2 and Gavi under COVID delivery support, whereby HSS2 is basically dealing with the routine immunization such as the HIPV, which is basically aiming at
vaccinating young girls from suffering from reproductive cancer known as cervical carcinoma, and other routine vaccines such as BOPV, bivalent poliomyelitis virus vaccine, which also aims at vaccinating people, youngs from polio. We also audit COVID delivery support. This is a new program which was introduced after Tanzania entered into agreement with the COVAX arrangement, where we started receiving vaccines such as JJ, Johnson & Johnson's. We also have Health Basket Fund, which is mainly embedded in the operations of the Ministry of Health. It supports day-to-day operations of the ministry, but it is co-funders various countries contributing to the fund. Training received, as you can see, we received the programmatic audit on the Global Fund programs in January 2023, which was held in Dodoma. It was organized by Aidspan, where programmatic audit aspects were introduced to the team, and the programmatic audit toolkit and other ethical-related issues were discussed in full and provided insights of what the stakeholders are more interested. And it also assisted us to open our eyes that audit is becoming more than issuing an opinion. That's why you can take, when you may call back to the yesterday's presentation by Madam Wend, provided some of the examples of the previous report. Those findings were purely programmatic audit. We were not financial related issues directly. Therefore, we are given that room, and we are very happy that we accepted that idea. We also received comprehensive training on Gavi program that was held in July 2023. It was held in Arusha, where some of the key issues which we were commonly not aware of came to our attention, including cold chain vaccine management. During that training, we were able to understand the requirement maybe of temperature reading in order to ensure that these vaccines do not get wasted. So we were taught, and we conducted a site visit to ensure that at least the temperature should be at least from negative 80 to 14 degrees centigrade in order to ensure that the vaccines are in a very good environment. On the other side, we were taught on the supply chain management from the day the requirements are pressed through the system to when the vaccines are delivered to the respective centers. We were also taught on the VVM, Vaccine Viral Monitor. It was also a new thing to us. We were not aware of it. We used it to see expired drugs. But through this VVM, it is just a mechanism which indicates that the vaccine is either expired or not yet expired. And through that, we were informed that expiry of vaccine may depend on two situations. There's a normal expiry of the vaccine without being opened. But some of the vaccines are expiring after being opened to be used by a certain amount. So at least during that training, we were able to understand those so-called closed viral wastage and open viral wastage. We also covered programmatic audit on the vaccine management, and we conducted a site visit to attest how they are accounted for in the books of the receiving centers. Just a continuation of the training we received. The pictorial presentation there is a representation of what was conducted in Arusha. As auditors, we say if not documented, it is not done. So that is an evidence that we conducted the training. The other one there, Madam Wend was just awarding certificates for those who had participated. One of them is from Zanzibar, from CG office Zanzibar. As you are aware, we have SAI Tanzania. This is for the United Republic of Tanzania, but Zanzibar, they also have CAG. So we are also conducting a collaborative audit for those issues which are cross-cutting between Tanzania mainland and Tanzania island. During the Global Fund training, 20 auditors attended the training on the Global Fund operations, and the 20 auditors, including auditors, team leaders, chief external auditors, assistant director training, assistant auditor general, and the deputy auditor general, Madam Wendy, was also around when we attended the training. And we considered it necessary. The training was relevant to us, therefore we made the communication with the National Board of Accountants and Auditors, where participants were awarded with 18 CPE hours. So it was a very, very comprehensive training. When we come to audit toolkit, which is a mechanism that was introduced to us during the first round table that was held in Nairobi. It was our first time, but when we attended that meeting, it gave us an idea. We started some small implementation, but after receiving the training for 20 auditors and for Gavi and the 30 auditors for, 20 auditors for Global Fund and the 30 auditors for Gavi, it is where we developed our planning. So the ongoing audit has taken into account of programmatic audit, whereby some of the issues have been tailored in order to fit our environment. The strategy, the documents, the main risk identified for the audit at the financial statement level against the audit response, and devise an effective response to the risks of non-compliance. The overall audit strategy in the Global Fund and Gavi operations, among others, we recover financial management systems, including internal controls, whereby for the purpose of Global Fund, reporting framework is different from Gavi, and Global Fund we are using special purpose financial statement, but under Gavi we are using IPSAS accrual basis of accounting. Procurement and supply management remains our agenda, and grant management, taking into account of the agreement on the MOU and the various directives, including TORs. Work plan implementation, as you can see, the audit work plan, the overall audit strategy implementation is ongoing, and we are still developing our plans. And for those who are making close follow-up on our reports, the results I think will be showing. The ongoing audit will have a very big coverage on the programmatic audit compared to the previous, because more emphasis has been put on the programmatic audit, and we are lucky that even my boss, DG, Deputy Auditor General, has been emphasizing me this, that we have to make sure that we do better. So we believe 2 years to come, we will be a demo on the programmatic audit aspects. Work plan also, we aim to be able to assess compliance with ethical issues. More engagement of specialized skills is needed. As you are aware, auditing is now a multi-discipline engagement. Therefore, conducting ethical requirements is inevitable, and it will be maintained throughout our audit engagement. And the challenges encountered during the work plan implementation are documented and determined shared for a way forward, and those which are within our control will be solved, and those which are beyond our control will be communicated to the respective authorities. So those which will be related with the Gavi and the Global Fund, please, when we come back to you, please just be ready to accept and find the way on how you can assist on alleviating these challenges. the outcome. Increase the exposure to donor-funded programs, requirements against the role of the auditor. The results are showing, and this meeting is just an example of the exposure. Even me standing here before you presenting with the big people is just a justification of the exposure that we have gained from these programs organized by Aidspan. But we increase the knowledge and skills, especially programmatic audit and the audit toolkit that may also be applied in other various programs. Myself, for example, I am a purely financial auditor. But after the training that was held in Arusha on the Gavi operations, I am now aware of many issues relating to vaccines. Yes, because those very complicated words such as BCG, which is a vaccine for tuberculosis, known as Bacillus calmette-guerin. So when I am in the presentation, or when I engage an expert, brings me some issues relating to BCG, I will have at least a moderate knowledge. Rather than I know nothing, I may be misled. Then the audit risk may be higher. You be given a BLPV for polio, you are not aware of it, but through the training we received, opened our eyes, and we are now aware of key issues which are relating with the vaccine, which is a very key and reasonable knowledge in conducting our audit. Also, programmatic audit is now embedded in our audit program to respond to stakeholders' expectations and take advantage on emerging new aspects. As I have said, you may recall back at the examples we were given by Madam Wendy yesterday on the non-delivery of condom dispensers, expired drugs. Both of those is an example of programmatic audit, but will be given a more weight, and where possible will be issuing a separate audit report as and when deemed necessary. Collaborative opportunities. We are also not living in isolation. We are, as our core values, as I've said previously with the teamwork spirit, we also prefer to work with others. With the same individual, through maybe bilateral agreement, we will be ready maybe to collaborate with the other sides on some aspects. So where there is a need, please let's be engaged, and we will try our best to ensure that we provide adequate support. On the other end, we are ready to participate in coordinated audit, probably organized by AFROSAI, whereby planning, execution, and reporting is coordinated centrally. We will also be ready to collaborate on that area. We are also ready to engage CSOs in our planning and dissemination of audit reports through citizens' report. As has been presented today, the need of engaging CSOs. Yes, as I've said, we are aiming at conducting modern audit. So if the modern environment requires so, we cannot be left behind. Therefore, this will be taken on board, and we are talking with one of the representatives from JZ. We have more conversation maybe when we turn up to Dodoma for more discussion on how we can handle this matter. So we are ready for that. The other area of collaboration, getting feedback from stakeholders on areas of improvement and improved interactions during and after auditing. As you are aware, auditing is always not easy. So getting the feedback on where we are going right or where we are going wrong, it is one of the key elements that will make our audit engagement more credible. So we needed to know when we are getting things right. But as it is also important to know when we are getting things wrong. The last presenter said maybe if you tell me I forget, but our cell phone will tell us we don't forget. We keep in touch for immediate action. And when we teach, we learn to ensure that what we have been taught is taken into practice. And when we get involved, we collaborate with you to ensure that the intended objectives are met. Therefore, we are ready to be receiving the feedback, both positive and negative, that will be aiming at ensuring that audit risk is reduced at a tolerable level. Conclusion, SAI Tanzania is always on the front page towards adopting modern audit methodologies, and therefore the so-called traditional audit is no longer in our mindset. For that case, adoption of new audit aspects has no option and is aligned with our vision, mission, and motto, which aims at remaining relevant and increasing public confidence. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, SAI Tanzania. Next, we are going to hear from Uganda. You are welcome to make your presentation.
Sorry? You point towards that direction. I point the other direction? Yeah. When I'm changing it? Okay. That's mine. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm called Patrick Sechide. I'm a performance auditor with a background in economics. I'm also a monitoring and evaluation practitioner. I'm here to present to you the lessons from the SAI Capacity Development Project, successes, challenges, and best practices by SAI Uganda. The presentation outline, I'll talk about the introduction, training received by SAI Uganda, audit toolkit, where I'll share the experiences, challenges, and I'll talk about the SAI alignment with the SAI needs, work plan implementation, training outcomes, collaboration opportunities with other SAIs. The Office of the Auditor General is a supreme audit institution of the Republic of Uganda, mandated by the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, to produce reliable and high-quality audit reports. The mandate is enshrined in Section 163, subsection 3. In so doing, we promote good governance, transparency, and effective accountability in the management and use of public resources. Audit reports are a credible, independent, and objective source of information to our stakeholders on whether public resources are being utilized to improve service delivery. Sorry. The OAG over the years has been involved in the audit of health programs or project. One of them is the AMCHI project. You remember yesterday, Mr. Charles Almai talked about it, the Uganda Reproductive Maternal and Child Health Improvement Services Project. We have the UCREP, Uganda COVID Response and Emergency Preparedness Project, Global Fund grants to fight AIDS, TB, and malaria. We have the UGIFT, among other projects. Training received by SAI Uganda. Aidspan conducted 5-day training titled Capacity Strengthening of OIG and Internal Audit from Ministry of Health and Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development on programmatic audit of Global Fund grants. The training was aimed to strengthen the capacity of both external and internal auditors to perform the programmatic audits of the Global Fund grants. The participants included staff members of implementers of Global Fund programs, representatives from the Global Fund, backup health, and staff from Aidspan. The total number of participants was 24, 15 males, 9 females who belong to 2 partner organizations. Out of the 24 trainees, 6 were at senior management level from both partner institutions, whereas 18 were at operational level. What was unique about the training is that we had a field trip to one of the health facilities, which was a health center 4, where we had a practical feel. We practically deployed the tool at that facility, where we are taken through the processes and systems, right from the triage to the lab, to the pharmacy, to the treatment area, to the stores, to have a general feel of the entire processes, and also as we are deploying the procedures as were outlined in the tool. The programmatic audit toolkit, the SAI was able to customize the malaria programmatic audit toolkit to TB grant interventions with comprehensive procedures. During the training, it was made clear that Aidspan was not there to spoon feed us, but to enhance our capacity even to do much better. So when we got the toolkit, it had procedures for malaria, it had procedures for TB, HIV, and also cross-cutting intervention procedures. So as a SAI, since we are undertaking an audit of the TB grant, we sat and tried to customize those procedures specifically to TB by identifying there were already some risks already identified in the programmatic audit toolkit, but also when we started reading documents, we identified more activities where we tried to also map out risks in line to the activities under each of the intervention areas. The tailored audit toolkit has been piloted by the team at a health center 4 to test for its validity and reliability. We conducted a pilot after we had customized the toolkit, where we went with the teams to one of the health facilities in Kampala. The objectives of this pilot was first of all to test the validity and reliability, but also we wanted, before we deployed the tool fully, we wanted all the teams to really bring the teams on board in terms of realize that some of the procedures in that tool were overlapping. For example, if it is MDR TB treatment and also treatment of TB care and prevention, you would see some overlapping procedures. So during the pilot, we noted that you would interview a TB focal person regarding procedures in a certain intervention area. Since we have 3 teams, also another team would come and interview the same person, also asking the same information. So we realized that it is first of all monotonous to the auditee. So after the pilot, we had to go back and try to also rearrange our tool again. But also we noted that not all health facilities provide MDR-TB treatment. We mapped out those procedures that we are supposed to deploy to those facilities that actually provide MDR-TB treatment services, so that to not also to go to a facility that does not provide MDR-TB services and you start asking questions that actually do not apply. The pilot facilitated mapping of the audit questions and procedures to relevant institutions. We noted that there were actually some procedures that we are not supposed to deploy at a facility but would apply at a national level. We were supposed to subject them to NTLP, the National Tuberculosis and Leprosy Control Program, the FCU, Funds Coordination Unit. Some of them were supposed to go to the CCM, the Country Coordinating Mechanism. So that was the advantage of the pilot. Some of the challenges faced included, like I indicated, the overlapping procedures, lack of capacity to undertake some procedures. In the procedures we had where we are supposed to assess the adequacy of the drug-resistant TB training modules, that capacity as a team we did not have it, where we are supposed to assess the adequacy of drug-resistant TB manuals. That was also one of the challenges. We needed technical expert. Challenges in interpreting some technical terms in the procedures. Some team members got some challenges where we talked about the diagnostic algorithms and some of those terms with that we felt we needed some experts also to help us on that. The toolkit aligns with OAG's determination to improve accountability and transparency in the utilization of public resources for the benefit of citizens. OAG has reoriented its audit methodology towards undertaking audits based on the programmatic approach adopted by Government of Uganda at the onset of the National Development Plan 3. The Government of Uganda changed its National Development Planning Framework, where it changed from the sector-wide approach to the programmatic approach. So that calls for designing audit programs that facilitate measurement of program results or outcomes. So this kind of approach aligns with the office needs. The tool also aligns with OAG's best interest of understanding and addressing the different stakeholder needs, the donors, the civil society organizations, parliament, and the public. Work plan implementation. Our work plan was developed and included background information regarding the Global Fund grant, specifically the TB grant, the audit objectives, audit scope, methodology, understanding of the audit area where we identified risks across different interventions, team composition, expert needs were also identified, budget, then activities and milestones. The audit objectives, one for this programmatic audit that we are undertaking is to establish whether the grant activities were implemented in accordance with the contractual commitments, to assess the existing human capacity, systems and processes in implementing the grant activities, to assess the achievement of the programmatic annual targets for the period 1st January to 31st December 2022, to assess whether implementation of the TB grant activities is in accordance with the global standards, and to assess whether the implementation of the grant targets versus programmatic results is on course to facilitate achievement of the program objectives. Audit activities and timelines. Piloting of the SAI programmatic audit toolkit. It started on 1st June 2023, and it was planned to end 30th June 2023. This pilot was supposed to have a number of facilities. We stratified the administrative regions into 4: northeast, south, northeast, west, south, and we are supposed to sample for the pilot. We are supposed to sample from each of those regions at least one facility on different levels of care. So we piloted it in the central, where we went for Kajian Health Center 4. We are supposed again to pick a facility at another level in the north, a district hospital, then a regional referral hospital, then an MDR, multi-drug resistant TB treatment center, so that we try also to validate our tool. However, that didn't happen because of some challenges that I'll discuss as we go along. The audit execution was supposed to start on 1st June and end on 30th July 2023. Reporting 12th August and end 8th September 2023. In 2 days actually we are supposed to be reporting. Audit closure 10th September, and it was planned to end 30th September 2023. Progress made. We have reviewed documents, including the PUDI report, program update disbursement report, the progress reports, the manuals, guidelines. We have held interviews with the country coordinating mechanism, the FCU, Funds Coordination Unit, under Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, MOH, NTLP, National Tuberculosis and Leprosy Control staff. We did analysis and interpretation of quantification data at the Ministry of Health, piloted the toolkit at Health Center 4, and we are in the process of coming up with the pilot draft report. Challenges. One, financial resource constraints. Big challenge. Programmatic audit is an expensive undertaking, so the funding arrangements were not a bit clear. At the beginning of the engagement, we thought that Global Fund was supposed to support. However, due to the end of the NFM3, it was not possible. Therefore, management internally had to look for funding, which required revision of the directorate budget and the approval processes involved. So that has affected full deployment of the tool for the pilot purpose. That is why we ended up having only one health center for the pilot instead of the 5 or 4 we had envisaged. Also, by this time, according to our plan, we are supposed to have completed with field work. So this requires us to go back to the boardroom with management and try to revise the implementation work plan. Lack of independent experts to support the audit team. Still, this has a cost implication. So, because of still resource constraints, we had a discussion with NLTP, the National Tuberculosis and Leprosy Control Program staff. We agreed that they are going to give us experts, intervention area experts, whom we can go with to the field and work with them. But of course, you know the risks that are involved because these staff are part of the oversight role and also providing technical support in the implementation of the grant. But like we had a discussion yesterday, we shall see how to mitigate the involved risks. Time constraints. Like I indicated, we have now to revise the work plan. Our earlier plan was to report by 8th of September, which absolutely is not possible So we shall go back to the boardroom and try to revise the timelines and make sure that actually we work within. But of course, also due to time constraints, we had come up with our sample of 40 facilities initially. But due to resource constraints, we had to scale down. We had to scale down to 16. But we believe 16, given the healthcare population, is not statistically significant for us to draw the general conclusion, to generalize the results of the program performance across the entire health population. So with the conclusions, they may be based on the 16 facilities, but it would be in our best interest to come up with the results and we generalize them in terms of performance of the program across the entire healthcare population. Limited knowledge of the Global Fund grant operations, including aspects of standards and compliance. As a SAI, we have not been so much involved in the audit of the Global Fund grants. Private audit firms have been doing that, the big four. So the learning curve is a bit steep, and also the programmatic audit is a new phenomenon in the Office of the Auditor General. That is a type of audit that we have not been undertaking. We have been undertaking performance, but we shall get there. Failure to have a representative sample of health facilities, that is a challenge that I've highlighted earlier. Overlapping audit procedures, which is time consuming. Failure to attribute program performance to individual implementing partners. We all know that in these interventions, it is not only Global Fund, we have other local implementing partners in our country that we believe have a contribution. But at reporting, we are having a challenge of how to attribute performance. That we see performance in terms of treatment success rates, they give the performance, and in terms of program performance, we cannot attribute this much to Global Fund, this much to Government of Uganda, this much to the local implementing partners. It's a challenge. We are seeing consolidated reporting without disaggregating and attributing performance to individual contributors or partners. Capacity development training outcomes. Enhanced knowledge to plan, design, and scope the programmatic audit engagement for the Global Fund TB grant. We are able to scope, most importantly, and plan this engagement as a result of the training we had with Aidspan. Ability to develop and customize the programmatic audit toolkit to TB grant interventions with comprehensive procedures. With the knowledge that we obtained from the training, in addition to the already procedures that we are provided in the programmatic audit toolkit, we are able to identify more activities across each individual intervention, which we use to identify risks in line with those activities, and also came up with more procedures to address them. Hands-on practical experience on audit of programmatic interventions. This happened during the training, and again, we deployed the knowledge that we obtained during training to conduct a pilot study, and it was all a learning process, and we believe during the deployment going forward, the process will be much easier. Benchmarking of best practices in terms of methodology and reporting. The training gave us this opportunity to benchmark from these best practices. Fast forward, we benchmarked on the Uganda OIG report of 2019 in terms of methodology, in terms of report presentation. And we look forward as well for the SAIs that may have conducted a programmatic audit earlier also to share with us in terms of methodology and reporting structure. The training influenced the SAI to undertake programmatic audits of the Global Fund grants, AIDS, malaria, and TB in a phased manner, starting with the TB grant. We have started with the TB grant. Next year, we believe we shall maybe handle HIV or malaria. Then we also think next year we hope to take over audit of the Gavi interventions. Plans are also underway by SAI to take up performance audit of the Gavi vaccines. SAI collaboration opportunities. Undertaking SAI collaborative audits of health programs. For example, sharing work plans, methodologies, sharing experiences. As SAI Uganda, we are already doing these collaborative audits with other SAIs in the area of SDGs. We have done collaborative audits in the areas of extractive industries, and we hope we can as well in this area have collaborative audits with SAIs here where we can share the work plans, we can benchmark from each other in terms of methodology, country-based practices. Thank you. It's the end of the presentation.
Thank you, SAI Uganda. Next, we hear from Zimbabwe. Welcome.
Good afternoon. All protocol observed. So my name is Angela Nyangani, and I'm going to be sharing with you the successes, the challenges, and the best practices following the capacity building that we got from Aidspan. The presentation overview, I'm going to be talking about the introduction, the training that we received, the audit toolkit, the work plan implementation, outcomes, collaboration opportunities, and the conclusion. Okay, so SAI Zimbabwe is responsible for the financial, compliance, and programmatic audits for the Ministry of Health, and in addition to that, we do audit the Global Fund, Malaria, and TB grant. The grant is coming to an end of December this year, but the objective was to move towards elimination of malaria and also gearing to end TB in Zimbabwe. The SAI audits the principal recipient, 4 sub-recipients for malaria grant, and 3 sub-recipients for the TB grant. Okay, in terms of the training that we received our training in September 22, from the 12th to the 16th of September, and it was a 5-day workshop, and it covered the Global Fund structure, programmatic audit toolkit, programmatic audit reporting, procurement, financial and compliance issues. The workshop was facilitated by experts from the medical field, procurement, finance, and other areas. It was a combined training approach which comprised of in-class, homeworks, case studies, and a mock audit which was conducted at one of the health facilities. And we were 25 participants drawn from the audit office, from different sections. We had representatives from the IT, financial, compliance, and performance auditors. And within that group, there was the AG and also the DAG responsible for the audit of Global Fund audits. In addition, we had a combined training with the internal auditors. In the morning, there was talk of where are the internal auditors. So for our training, it was a combined training which included the internal auditors. So those are the pictures of the training that took place in Harare. Okay, our experience with the toolkits during the mock audits. One of the experience that we got is that normally our clients are used to us conducting financial audits and we just talk to the finance people, but this time around, we were now requesting to have interviews with health staff, the nurses, those who are in different offices, but particularly the non-financial staff at health institutions. And it was quite a big surprise for them because they are mainly used to seeing us interviewing those that are in the financial departments. So they were quite surprised to see us engaging them in issues that involved health delivery. And the auditee also appreciated the level of assessment and the questions that we were posing during the mock audits. They were a clear departure from the normal audits, the traditional audits that we normally do. So the auditee quite appreciated the new approach that the SAI was taking. And this is one of the feedbacks that we got during our exit meeting of the mock audit. Because they felt that the new direction adds value to their processes and also it adds benefits to the public. So after the training, which we got in September 2022, we then embarked on an actual audit in July 2023. But again, it was a combined audit. We combined the audit with financial compliance, and also we took some questions from the programmatic audits questionnaires. Okay. So what are the challenges that we faced when we were using the toolkit in the provinces? What happened is, maybe I just need to give a brief background. For the toolkit, we identified during our strategy session that there are areas where the toolkit is not applicable, depending with the station that you're visiting. So we sat down as a team, identified the sub-recipients and the questions that we're going to use for each station, so that we do not waste the time asking questions which were not applicable. So we identified the different sub-recipients and questions which are relevant for the principal recipient. So we divided ourselves. We had a team that went to the head office asking programmatic questions as well as financial and compliance issues that are relevant at the PR or principal recipient. Then we also had 7 sub-recipients that we had. We looked at the programmatic questionnaire. We then allocated ourselves to say, for these questions, these are the questions that are applicable for this PR. However, after strategizing, we still faced some challenges, especially for the provincial audit visits, because besides looking at using the toolkits in Harare, we also audited different provinces where we were also looking at the financial compliance and programmatic issues because they fit into the report that the PR submits for us to audit. So these are the challenges that we faced during the audit. One of the challenges that we faced was that the toolkit requires more time because it requires us to ask in-depth questions. And since we were conducting a financial, compliance, and programmatic, the programs were competing for time because we had limited time within which to do the 3 type of audits. But we tried our best to ensure that we do justice. But we saw that maybe we need in future to say, to have maybe the programmatic as part of the interim audits, then we do financial and compliance at the end. This is something which we are still debating and thinking about. Then in some cases, you'd find that it required the knowledge of certain standards. You'd go to an institution, especially when you are asking about the adequacy of equipment or infrastructure. We didn't have some of the standards to say, how do you determine whether the equipment is adequate? Because at one hospital they'll say the machines, especially the gene expert machines, they'll say they are adequate. We are able to test the samples, the TB samples, and it's adequate. They are servicing a same catchment area which is similar to another province. But if you get to another province, they'll say it's not adequate. And unfortunately for us, we didn't have the standard to say, how do you determine whether the equipment is adequate or not? And the information of the standard that should be used was not readily available for us. This is a homework for us, which we're going to look at, and these are some of the issues which we then said, since we are now back at the office, we'll sit down. Those questions we received the TB support allowances or support that they receive. So when we're booking appointments for us to confirm in person physical confirmation, they were not really available. And also in terms of the roads, some of the roads are not very accessible. So these are some of the challenges that we faced. And since we had limited time within which to do the audits, some of them we ended up not being able to read. When we were talking with the beneficiaries, they appreciated the move by the Auditor General to confirm with them, and it also builds some form of trust and also accountability on their part to know that someone at the enter will come and confirm whether we have received and whether we are using the notes that we have received properly. So it fosters accountability both on the PR and also on the beneficiary or on the public. Alignment with needs. We noted that the audit toolkit adds value to the audit procedures and the audit report of the SAI. We are able to add value through the reports because of the additional procedures that are now coming in. Normally we would report on financial issues, compliance issues, but we are going as far as reporting on whether the objectives of the program have been achieved. And we are also engaging the community, and this adds value to adds value and quality of the audit report that the Auditor General now and in future will be churning out. The toolkit also aids or assists in assessing or validating the extent of service delivery for the health institutions and also achievement of the programs or grant objective. We also noted that it aligns with the need for us to come up with the practical recommendations, because within the toolkit, it requires us to identify the root causes. And we felt that, and we know that this aids in coming up with implementable recommendations. In addition to that, it enhances assurance of service delivery for the benefit of the citizens. Then in terms of the work plan implementation, during the workshop that we had in September, we came up with a work plan, and part of the work plan required us to come up with a strategy on the best way to take up the programmatic audits, which I explained earlier that we identified the provinces, we identified the sub-recipients, and the relevant questions that we're going to administer. So this was done in November, and this was done by the team that was responsible for the Global Fund audits. Then we had also planned for a technical update to the rest of the managers, However, this was not done to the rest of the managers, but was done to the rest of the auditors that participated in the Global Fund audits. Then conducting a financial audit which covers programmatic areas, this was done. We conducted the audits in July, and we are in the process of finalizing the audit. We had a challenge of, we had some challenges which I outlined earlier, but we are in the process of concluding the report. In fact, the report is now at a final stage. Then what were the outcomes? One of the outcomes was following the training that we received was motivation of staff, because we are now doing something that is a departure from the traditional audits. So that kind of motivated the staff that we are now doing specialized audits, which are different, and we are adding value. It's like a special section when you are auditing. So it kind of motivated staff. There's improved quality of findings, greater understanding of health delivery processes. You find that the programmatic audit toolkit is quite detailed. It covers a wide range of processes. So following the training that we received, we now have a greater appreciation of the health delivery processes. Then in addition, there has been an enhanced collaboration and appreciation of the different roles that we play as external audit as well as internal audit, because we had a combined training workshop that kind of built a relationship, and this has aided in collaboration and appreciation of the different roles that we play and where we meet as external and internal auditors in terms of our auditing processes. Then collaboration opportunities. The SAI has just piloted the toolkit, and we are eager to collaborate and learn from other SAIs who have successfully piloted or implemented the audit toolkit, and also implemented their work plans. So we are eager to partner and collaborate with others. The SAI can support others effectively once the reports have been finalized and submitted, and we have also been given feedback by the users of our reports. We are looking forward to their feedback, and we'll use it to improve in the future audits that we'll undertake. In conclusion, we received the programmatic training in 2022. We piloted, and there are new areas of audits, which is a complete departure from the traditional audits. And our SAI reports for Global Fund will be enhanced. And we believe that accountability in the health delivery systems will be enhanced. And our appreciation goes to Aidspan for the training that we received, and also for this gathering, and for the intervention that we have received. So we appreciate Aidspan and the partners for such platforms where we share and discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, SAI Zimbabwe. Next, we are going to get a presentation from DRC. You're welcome.
Merci bien. Les autres pays ont présenté des expériences, des succès et quelques recommandations. Vous vous rendrez compte que la RDC est parmi les derniers enfants encadrés par Aidspan. Donc, il n'est pas encore dans l'état de vous démontrer ce qu'il a pu faire. Il est dans l'état d'un bébé qui ne fait que demander et recevoir. J'aimerais faire une petite mise au point. Les succès de l'inspection générale des finances dans notre pays a presque étouffé les autres structures de contrôle. Parce qu'il a été boosté par le président de la République, on a mis des moyens et toutes les mesures de protection. Les pays étant parmi les pays où le taux de corruption est très élevé, ça fait donc un bouleversement total dans le pays, au point qu'on ne parlait pas beaucoup d'autres structures de contrôle, si ce n'est que cette structure-là. Mais nous faisons quand même ce travail-là. Ok, comme nous l'avons présenté hier, nous reprenons ici. Lorsque nous avons été formés, encadrés par Aidspan à Kinshasa, après avoir participé à l'atelier à Nairobi, nous avons soulevé, ayant compris la méthodologie et les contraintes du Fonds mondial, nous avons donc l'inspection générale des finances, la Cour des comptes et l'inspection sectorielle du ministère de la Santé. Il n'y a pas un cadre de concertation. L'IGES peut venir faire des activités au niveau du ministère sans associer l'inspection générale parce qu'il n'y a pas un cadre de concertation. Deuxième problème, c'est une faible implication des institutions nationales dans le contrôle, dans les audits de subventions familiales. Que ce soit l'inspection générale des finances, la Cour des comptes, ils n'interviennent pas beaucoup. Ils disent que c'est une affaire du ministère de la Santé et donc ils n'interviennent pas beaucoup à ce niveau-là. Troisièmement,
coming to do audits, and thirdly, the general inspection is shortly lacking staff and resources. It's like a baby that was born and thrown on the street because they have no material, no logistic, nothing to help them. We understood that given that the World Bank has monitoring bodies, but there is absence of knowledge transfer towards the auditing bodies because they just come because they have a contract, but for a temporary interventions, nothing is sustainable, and the existing organs cannot receive knowledge from those people as it's a temporary contract and they go away. The other way is a very low disbursement of funds, a serious problem in our country for all of this grants. So when you get to the end, you find there are huge amounts of money that are remained because they have not been utilized, they have not been disbursed. Absence of the absence of the IGF, that's the general inspection, the Inspector General. We have nothing, have no knowledge of what he's doing. He's totally absent. The seventh problem, we have a low capacity of the inspectors in the inspection methods in the field of health. There are techniques people learned just by themselves or on the working condition, but still there are really shortfalls. And the first problem, as I have said, the absence of consultation. We need a consultation framework to gather all the controlling structures and elaborate a memorandum of understanding and collaboration among all the bodies involved. And there is an act that defines the mandate of the Court of Auditors and of the Inspector General of Finance, but that act is not enforced because they do not work with the Inspector General of the Ministry in the Ministry of Health. The second problem is that the weak involvement of the structures. We need to organize a collaboration workshop for audit and monitoring any grants, and we need to elaborate a joint action plan and integrate the general inspection as an independent observer within the system, and be there and be informed of all what is going on, but being an independent observer. As far as resources are concerned, the requests are very simple. We need more means so that we can have working materials. I don't know if the trouble is here, but we need some troubleshooting. Absence of no competence transfer. We need support for developing a transition plan for knowledge transfer, because when the work cannot stay, there's sometimes things cannot stay like that in the country. Sometimes we need devolution, and sometimes we need a transition plan so that this mandate can be exercised in the country through the Inspector General of the Ministry of Health. Low disbursement. We need people have to be flexible in the procedures of disbursement. Absence of low participation in the meetings, low capacity of by the inspectors in inspecting or we contacted the High Studies Institute for the training and capacity building of inspectors on methods and inspection skill techniques in the sector field, and contacts are far advanced, but at the end, for signing that agreement, we will need 180,000 euros so that they can come and train a huge mass of people in the countries who can conduct inspections, and we can therefore associate the programmatic and other different drugs that come in the intervention by the global funds. This is what the baby that is being nurtured by Oxfam can present to you. I hope you are not going to leave this baby behind. You are going to support it to grow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Merci RDC. Le dernier n'est pas le moindre, nous allons écouter l'autre. That is
Good afternoon, bon après-midi. I'm called Safari Stephen. I'm Assistant Auditor General at the Office of the Auditor General. I'll be brief. I'm going to share the experience of Rwanda when it comes to the audit of donor-funded project, specifically in health sector. So the presentation will focus on the SAI mandate, the structure of the health system in Rwanda. I'll talk also a bit on the background of the Global Fund grant audit in Rwanda, the program funding, the audit conducted by OIG Rwanda, the challenges and way forward. So when it comes to the size of mandate, the Office of the Auditor General is supposed to audit everything when it comes to the public fund. There is no limit of, say, you are supposed to audit this and this you don't have to look at. No, we audit everything, including the fund from all development partners in health, in agriculture and everything. So we have that mandate of auditing public fund, including the fund from development partners. So it's in this concept that the office audit Global Fund project, Gavi program, the Enabel program, the World Bank project, the COVID, the one for the stunting project, but also we audit other funds like the CDC for the US, as well as the Clinton Foundation. So the audit are done under some of the public institutions. So when it comes to the audit of public fund, including the donor-funded project, we audit all revenues that were disbursed, either by government or by development partners. We audit the related expenditure, how they have been expressing those funds. So when it comes to the health sector in Rwanda, I'll talk about a bit on the Global Fund, because we have a long history when it comes to the audit of donor fund project. So when we are starting our audit period, we start with the risk profiling. So for OIG, the donor-funded project, they come at our front list. Why? Because there are some conditions that are attached to those funds. Because when the government is signing agreement with the donors, they are very clear. They are clear about the timeline at which we have to report to them. They are clear about who is supposed to audit this fund. And in addition to the mandate of the OAG, even the grant agreement that are signed, they clearly specify who will audit the fund and when to report. And especially for these, most of these grants, the deadline is 31st December of every year. And we have to deliver by that deadline. So that's why they are at our first page of the assignment that we have to start with. So before 2014, we used to audit the expenditure component, but there have been a lot of improvement to be relevant when doing the audit. So the audit no longer touch only the financial statement, look the expenditure side, but we went far, but also look the value for money from those investments that are made. Another thing that I want to add, before starting the assignment, we agree on the plan on how to execute this work. For the case of Global Fund, we plan, we share with them the plan of the audit assignment, and we agreed on it before starting the assignment. You can see the kind of engagement that we have with the donors when it comes to the audit of those funds. So there is a separate plan in addition to our normal plan, normal audit plan. Especially we prepare the plan for each disease, HIV, malaria, TB, and they are submitted. And the submission is not our initiation. It's stated in the agreement signed between the Global Fund and the government of Rwanda. So we are implementers. So this is after realizing that previously the audits were done by the private firms. But when we started the audit, we could compare the kind of report. I think now they are satisfied with the kind of assurance that are given on the Global Fund, even other funded project, when in terms of the quality of report, because for us, Rwanda, even one coin means a lot, because one coin can buy a medicine. So it accounts a lot when it comes to the public fund management. We don't stick on materiality of big figures, no. We look even at those single coins. So I want us to look at this health system or the structure in Rwanda, because this is attached to our audit processes. You know, for private firm, when they are going for this audit, they will sit at the ministry and do the audit, the paperwork, and that's what I've seen. And then they'll produce their report. But if you don't look at this comprehensive structure, will not do a valuable audit, because we have issues down there, not up there, most of the time. If you say the compliance issues, at that high level, the compliance will be okay. If you talk about, if you see the programmatic issues, they will not be at that high level. No, the issues will be down lower. That's why when we do our audit, we start up there at the national level. Usually before starting the assignment, we send the confirmation letters to Gavi, to Global Fund. Please confirm to us. We want to know how much have you disbursed to the Treasury, to this particular ministry. They provide us with those informations. Then we go tracing down from up to the down level, up to the village level, the community health workers. So we start from there up to there, then we report on those any weaknesses that we may find on the entire system. So the Global Fund have been supporting programs in Rwanda since 2003. And the Ministry of Health is the principal recipient, but also the structure. We have the principal recipient, but also we have sub-recipient. The sub-recipient, some of them are the Rwanda Biomedical Center. But in addition to the sub-recipient, we have also sub-recipient, because under the Rwanda Biomedical Centers, there are other beneficiaries. The health facilities, the hospitals, the health centers. So all those levels, for OAG, we have to go there. If it's about the supply chain, we start from up, going downward. And we can't end our assignment without visiting those down-level facilities. We have two for every assignment. We used to have a model, the project model, but there have been a shift to the result-based financing model. Not looking the money, but how have you utilized the money? You report based on the result. This is the model that is being applied in Rwanda. So how does it work? Especially for the health, various partners finance the health strategic plan. So you bring your money, you put in the treasury in one basket. You also bring, you put it there. But there is a shared responsibilities when it comes to what activities are supposed to be financed using that basket fund. And that's the way that we audit. There are agreed action plans, implementations plan that we have to check how the particular institution is implementing those activities, and we audit those results as well. So I want to talk about something that makes the life of auditor very easy in Rwanda. You know, the era of people taking money from the petty cash, for Rwanda that ended, because you don't have to maintain a petty cash in your office. The automation of government systems. In Rwanda now, the PFM system is automated. The financial management system is automated. The procurement, the revenue collection, the medical supply. So all those systems are now automated. So the issue of dealing with the cash, it's a bit not there. Now we are dealing with the automation. So where are the risks now? The risks, the audit perceptions should change now, isn't it? How to audit those systems? Let's procurement. They will not hide procurement files to you. Everything will be there, but how to audit those files? Now there are ways of finding ways of manipulating the procurement processes. So those are the kind of audits that are being performed, because the systems are now automated. But the good thing is the risks when it comes to the automations goes down, isn't it? You will not miss kind of supporting document. Everything will be within the system, but as an auditor, you have to make sure that the procurement process are in line with the rules and the regulations in force. Okay? And also, there are manuals, guidelines issued by the government, issued by Global Fund, Gavis, the regulations that are in place. So this helps auditors, but also the client to have management of fund. But also, in most of government institutions, they have, as of now, internal auditors, and we work closely. And it helps a lot, external auditors, We go there, we consult their report, we check about the controls in place, and it's helping very much because of that strong relationship, but also the capacity building of the internal auditors are okay. They have the government chief internal auditor in charge, providing trainings and whatever support, so that at least they are upscaling their knowledge and whatever. But also, the structure at the district has improved. Before, we used to have medical doctors at those financial positions, but now they have director of finance, who are accountant, but also internal auditors. And then comes the OAG. So when it comes to the audit, that's what I was talking about. We engage, when we start the audit, we start engaging with the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Finance, getting information on those projects or grants that we are going to audit, and then sharing the audit plan with all stakeholders. We engage Ministry of Health on kind of activities that we audit. This I talked about, the commitment when it comes to the report. You know, when we are not complying with the agreed timeline, it's a bad sign. Since we started, we never failed to deliver the report to the Global Fund, to Gavi, on time. We don't have to exceed 31st December. Because if you submit your report after 1 month, what will be the relevancy for a decision maker? No. And our report is very comprehensive. We report to them even to the details. I think they are aware of that. We report because we know one coin means a lot when it comes to the health sector. So what are the types of audit that OAG conducts when it comes to maybe to the Global Fund? So since 2017, we conduct financial and compliance audit. So for each grant or project, we issue 2 reports. A separate report on financial statement and another one on compliance. Last year we audited 80 projects times 2, 160. And all those reports, most of them, if 99%, they have to reach the donor mailbox by 31st December. So that means something, pressure. So another audit that we did on Global Fund was PROGRAMMATIC. Before that, there's audits that were done by the Inspector General's office, and we had joint teams where we could learn from their experience, and that happened in 2014 and 2018. We really appreciated that working relationship, but also the sharing of that experience on the side of OAG Rwanda, and we value that and we learned a lot from that. But also the toolkit training by Aidspan, we benefited a lot. We customized our audit program based on the toolkit. When it comes to those programmatic issues at that lower level, we customize our audit program to fit in all those issues. The supply chain, so the toolkits are being used by OAG Rwanda. Another thing is, we also conducted a performance audit, especially on some health areas. I can mention the performance audit on the supply chain of the essential medicine in Rwanda, including Gavi, Global Fund, and other partners that funded that strategic plan. In addition to that, in 2022, the office conducted a programmatic audit of malaria program. And this year, we are planning to conduct performance audit. It's a follow-up audit of management of medical equipment in health. We did it in the past, but this time is a follow-up audit. Also on IT health system. So these are IT and performance audit in addition to the normal programmatic and financial compliance audit that the SAI is planning to do this year. So this is kind of example of kind of evolution when it comes to the one of the program, the HIV. You can see we have a trend of from 2014-15 when it comes to the opinions. Unqualified on malaria, HIV, things were not good at that time, those years. But at least this time there have been kind of improvement, a good improvement, though there are some issues, not so material to affect the opinions, but issues that need management attention to address them. As I said, one coin values a lot when it comes to the health. So these are kind of cross-cutting issues when it comes to the financial audits mainly. We have issues with the financial statement that have kind of errors before we start the audit, but they adjust them. But also issues on stock and asset management. That's why the issues of medical equipment performance audit was conducted, because we know that the accumulation of those assets means a lot. If you are buying your asset and you are not following their use, it may lead to idle asset. And for OAG Rwanda, this is among the core activities that are performed when we are conducting the compliance audit. Because in our compliance audit, we have an aspect of value for money. If you bought this expert machine for TB, we have to go there to that facility that is using the machine. Are you using? Can we see the record that really you are using? The treatment for the patient. So we go to that extent. Another thing is the VAT issues. When it comes to the Global Fund, you know that money you are not supposed to pay tax from it. It's exempted. Whatever you are paying, you have to recover it. But you find some of the entities, they are not recovering. Then that's a public money that need to be reinvested in those activities. So we follow those issues. The uncommitted cash balance. Here we are very serious when it comes to the OAG. You know, at the end of the third year, there are some funds that remain at the sub-recipient, okay? But for those entities up there, we consumed them. But for us, when you still have that money not consumed, and you with no commitment, what's the plan? And we report that, and we follow them. In our report, we keep reporting. Even those of 3 years, we keep reporting them up to the time they would return the money to be invested in other activities related to the project. So we follow them. Those are the cross-cutting findings that I can say in financial compliance. The challenges, we still need more training. We got training from our Global Fund when it comes to the Inspector General, with the programmatic, the Aidspan. We had good experience with the Aidspan. We did a kind of assignment together during our roundtable, the trainings in Ruavu. We went to a health facility and they showed us how to audit now programmatic, and we were very happy with that, and that's what we are using even these days. Not only going to see where is the Gen Expert, where is this laptop, but to see how are they receiving their patient, how are they directing their patient coming to them. So all those aspects, really we appreciate Aidspan from that training because it helped us a lot when conducting our audit. Time pressure. I told you, when government is signing agreement with the donor, I don't know, all of them 31st December, and I say, why not March? But I really understand also they have their reporting timeline that should be aligned with the one of government, but up to now we have not yet failed to deliver as per the agreed deadlines, but with the kind of pressure. But as an office, we have to adapt to that. Recruiting more staff, training them, but also getting more professionals with the various kind of expertise. Like now, the office, we have medical doctors, we have surveyors, we have engineers, we have who else? I'm with the performance auditor there, but we are recruiting more people with various disciplines so that when we are going for the programmatic, we go with a medical person who understands better those technical issues. Another thing as a challenge is the availability of information. At the central level, things are okay. They're okay. But down there, when you are going for the audit now of those sub-recipient, the health facilities, because they are the names, they're the ones executing most of those small amount of money. So when you request for documents, sometimes they delay to provide them, and with the deadline we have, we don't have time to wait. But it's improving, but it's among the challenges that we have. So way forward, we are committed as OAG to now do more of programmatic. As I said, the era of grabbing money from the petty cash ended. The other things to audit. Financial statement, you go to audit financial statement, you find they have clean opinions, unqualified. But that doesn't mean that they are clean. If you go for the performance, we'll find issues. If you go for the programmatic, we'll find issues. So we have to adapt to that, doing more of programmatic audit, and that's the move for the OAG Rwanda. As I said, hiring more of auditors that have experience in clinics, clinical medicine, that will be useful for the office to perform those programmatic. But we also need trainings I've heard the people say that training by Gavi, I think we also need it. And I think when it comes to the vaccine audit, it would be helpful for the audit, for AG. So these are the things that we are planning, but also sharing the experience with other sides. I've heard from South Tanzania, Zimbabwe, Malawi, and others. I think we have to continue that relationship to learn from each other, but also not learning from, also providing support to other members, the CREFIAF. It's not fair, as we said, it's not fair for a country to say, yeah, you are not able to conduct audit of Global Fund or Gavi. I think they are capable. What's needed is the support so that if there's need of capacity enhancement, that can be provided so that the continent, we are all together, we can bring value to the life of our citizens. So that's about the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sairwanda, for that wonderful presentation. At this juncture, we moved, I had indicated that you reserve your comments, reactions, and questions. I think that this is the opportunity you'll have. If you have any reaction, this is just indicate that I can give you the floor. I see none. Good. Eric?
Thank you. So, thank you. I think it's very, very impressive in terms of the amount of work that is being put there and all the appreciation as well of the various sides on the training and the implementation of it. I have maybe a few questions, if I can. All right. So the first one is for Side Malawi. I wanted to know if, and by the way, Side Malawi, I have to tell you that the feedback that I got from the team was that you had very good quality audit. This was the first year of audit, good quality audit, and very engaging team. There's a third one which I forgot, but there was very good and positive feedback. I wanted to know if the report, as you described over there, was delayed, and if yes, why? And how do you think this could be addressed if it was delayed? Because I'm more in the mindset of looking for options to even improve the performance further. And there was a point on the performance audit being performed at the end of year 3. And I know this is something that you agree probably with the country team. But don't you think it would be more effective? I just want to have your perspective, to have it at the end of the second year. And why I'm saying this is because, as you know, we do the preparation of the next cycle in fact, audit on the second year. Then Nigeria, colleagues from Nigeria, it was good as well to get your feedback. I had just one question on the issuance of your recommendation. When you issue your recommendation or your audit reports to the ministry, is it only after the parliament has reviewed it? Because you were talking, that's the point where you were talking about a pile of report being not being yet reviewed because there was an AG appointment that needed to be finalized, etc. So, and I'm asking this question obviously having in mindset that if this is the case, then it means that the Global Fund will receive the reports, with a certain delay. So good to get your feedback on this one. Uganda? So I hope it's fine to continue asking my questions. Eh? Okay. On SAI Uganda, it's more question on you piloting the SAI programmatic audits, whether it will be available to us to know as well the outcome of it. Is it something that you guys will be able to share? That was the main thing. And I will have, unless you have some, some comment on it, I would really love to understand from, the rationale from the country team, if you have engaged with the country team, of not financing the programmatic audit. I heard you mention some resource constraint, but I wanted to find out with you. And then more as a comment, I know that in fact, SAI Uganda audit the Global Fund through outsourcing this to a private audit firm. I think I wanted to say it, but there is plans for them to start taking up the audit. And then to our friends from DRC I'm not going to comment on anything. There will be some engagement that needs to take place with the country team. Hopefully, I will be able to get in touch with them to find out what is it that is feasible and how some of your considerations can be taken into account. Thanks.
Thank you, Eric. I think we will hear a reaction from SAI Malawi.
Well, thank you. In terms of the delay, we were trying to reflect on the start date when we start the audit, and we have, normally when we are starting the audit, we have the time frame. So the delay was on the time frame, when to start and when to end the audit. It was delayed because of the financial statements. They were presented a bit late. In terms of reporting, we made sure that we should report within the time frame. Thus, by June 30th, which we tried all what we could to do so. But the delay, what was mentioned in the presentation, was about the presentation of the draft financial statements. Then coming to performance audit, yes, it's a good idea that we could have done it within the cycle, especially prior to the end of the cycle. But our thinking was that taking into account the concept of performance audit and for the prudent reporting under performance audit, we establish a range. So in a cycle, there are 3 years. Being performance audit after the first year, it couldn't have given us an opportunity to report on the range. It can report on one fiscal year, which is not too good for, not so good for performance audit. You need to establish the trend, because the range gives you the trend. We have no problem to conduct it, the performance audit. Maybe this is now we are in the 3rd year of the first cycle of this current cycle, to perform it within the 3rd year. That means we report on the 2 years, the first 2 years, and the trend, it will reflect the 2 years. If that is the route to take, then it means at the end of the 3rd year in the first cycle, we may consider having an ex-post review, which will concretize the remaining year, which is the 3rd year. We have no problem, we can do that. I submit.
Thank you, Charles. Maybe you can hear for a reaction from Nigeria.
All right, thank you for that question. The model that is being adopted in audit report and finalization is that as at the point agreed on audit planning for the finalization of the audit, let's say 31st March. By that end, 31st March, the audit reports and the management letter, once it is finalized by that 31st March, it is sent to the auditee. That is the entity or the agency. And if it is an agreed upon audit or there is any other organization that needs a copy, for example, Global Fund, by that 31st March, Global Fund will get their own copy of the report. So it is now left for the director in charge of that audit to extract what we call annual paragraph, because it is not everything in the management letter that goes to the National Assembly. So weighty observations will now be extracted, and all these things now will be consolidated with other reports. They now put them together. That is what Auditor General now signs to National Assembly, and National Assembly takes deliberates on it and take a decision. So for the Global Fund or Gavi, anytime we agreed for the report, they will get their own report. Thank you.
Because of translation purposes, probably can use the mic.
Don't worry, I'll come.
Yes, just to clarify that, are you going to be sharing also with the National Assembly the version that you'll be sharing with us, the donors? Because the reason why I'm asking is, assuming there is an issue of refund, right? You don't want your National Assembly to be surprised that, hey, we owe a donor some money. So are they also going to see what we see eventually or not? Thank you.
Yes, at the point of the MOU, we are agreeing on the whole processes and the procedure. So at the MOU level, if the agreement is, yes, your inspection reports, after the exercise, you are free to share with the National Assembly. Then at that point, whatever the director and the Auditor General agree that are eligible to be sent to National Assembly will be sent from the report. If the refund aspect, for example, is part of what director and the Auditor General agreed, definitely it will get to National Assembly. Well, my director is here, so let him, since he's the one taking the decision, so let him make an input.
Good evening. In this type of audit engagement, the MOU will spell out what you expect from us and what we are expected to deliver. There are standard practice between us and the National Assembly. The report we send to National Assemblies are infractions that affect the efficiency, effective delivery of your project to Nigerians, that National Assembly should be aware of. But in our own relationship with you, we have a memorandum of understanding that we say these are the specific, these are the deliverables you expected from us. And those are the line of report we have with you.
All right, if there is no follow-up on that one, then we can go to hear from reaction from Uganda.
Thank you. I'll address two issues. I think the first question was whether when we finish the audit of the programmatic report, whether we shall share it. Yes, of course, once we complete the audit, of course we're at pilot stage, but now we're going to implementation, and our audits are public, we report to Parliament, so, but also in our structure, a copy goes to Ministry of Health, to Global Fund, and the Ombudsman, that is the Inspector of Government, so you will get a copy. But also there's something which I also like to address, and this is specifically on Global Fund, in aspect of delays. For Uganda, we are having a transition. This year we are taking on the TB component, and we are carrying out the financial and the programmatic. Then over a 3-year period, we shall have take over all the 3 grants. However, this year, having taken over the TB grant, E&Y was appointed to handle all the 3 grants. So what happened was that in handling HIV and TB, when we asked them to submit a financial proposal, because now this is TB-less, the submission was above the budget available for Global Fund. So now the aspect of having them negotiate and reduce that took time. What I'm resonating is about delays which affect timely issuance of the reports, which have to be addressed by both parties. And then that was overcome. However, also in production of financial statements by the Global Fund, Ministry of Health, LFA, what happens is that before we receive those accounts, like now for this case, LFA took 2 months. So now you find that if there are those delays, then the impact on the extent to which what we can we can have fast track those audits. But for us, we are treating this collaboratively. What do I mean? Rather than have this blame game, we've been having a progress meeting, having LFA, the Funds Coordination Unit, Ministry of Health, Global Fund, and OAG to address all these issues. To the extent that I think for last year's report, we received a letter from the Ministry of OAG that the report we issued last year was not aligned to the requirements of Global Fund. And what surprised us in OAG was that we've been having progress meetings, and how is this coming to the tail at the tail end? So immediately we engaged E&Y to ensure that for the components that they're addressing, that they're aligned. But also one thing which also I want Global Fund to follow up is that when we submit the audit plans, we don't get any feedback. So we need that documented feedback. Both the one which we are doing ourselves and the one that is being done by the outsourced firm. Because we don't want a scenario whereby when we have finalized the audits, then issues are coming when the reports have been issued. So we really want to approach this collaboratively. And then of course for Gavi, we're having a training, and for us, we see value in the programmatic audits, and in our calendar we are programmed to carry out the programmatic of the Gavi value chain next year. I think that's all I had to. Oh, okay, yeah. Then another thing is that this year, of course, because of those delays in terms of programmatic, it so happened that this grant cycle was ending. But for us seeing the value of the programmatic, we have looked for resources within, and we're going to cut that out. But however, Global Fund indicated that we shall have that in the next grant cycle 7 for the other audits. That's what I wanted to really bring to attention. Thank you.
It was all ready, then as soon as okay, thank you very much. I think for the point you mentioned, the 2 points that I want to react on. The first is I will follow up on the audit plan, because you're right. That's exactly why you wanted the audit plan. Because you send the audit plan, somebody should look at it, you should agree so that there's no surprise at the end. 100% agreement with you, so something to follow up with the team. I don't know how they've missed that. Now you mentioned a few things on the LFA with the financial statement that I'm not getting very well. So if you can clarify. But before going to that, so I think no, it's okay. You can just. Now maybe the last thing that I want to say, that's for everybody, is you mentioned something very important, is that they get the feedback on the audit report that it was not compliant. So one thing that I want to tell you, and either this one you will help me to do that, I will share with you the checklist that the auditors and us are using to say something is compliant or is not compliant, because in fact it's online. Okay, so maybe in the final document of the training, I would like it to be shared, because this one is online. It is a checklist that we use. That's the outcome of which will tell you you've not been compliant or you've been compliant. But I'm sure if you have it, you can simply do the same thing before you issue the report. As simple as that. So we can share that to facilitate and to make sure that the quality is there. Thanks.
On LFA, what we're saying is that once the financial statements have been produced by Minister of Health, there is internal oversight on the part of Global Fund done by LFA. Yes, but we have nothing wrong with that, but the issue is the delay.
Up to now,
yes, so you can say up to now. We've not had what? It's almost 2 months. Okay, this is the field auditor. She can, let me give her an opportunity.
No, what I was saying that up to now, a few minutes ago, I was talking to the team at Ministry of Health. We have not gotten the financial statement, the signed copy. What we have is a draft which we cannot really rely on, because they can wake up and tell, So we are not using them right now. We do not have the signed copies as of today, and that is for the period under audit, which ended in December 2022.
So and you're right. So the point here is to make sure that at least you get the financial statement earlier. Because when we talk about delays, it's not always the auditor's fault. You have to be very clear. You guys are looking at the financial statement that the PRs will be producing. So if the delay comes from the PR, this has to be also addressed and discussed. So I totally agree with you. Okay, but good to know. Thanks.
Thank you. Any reaction from DRC? Nothing, no problem. Just I thought there would be a reaction, but no problem. Any other question or reaction from the floor? Based on yes, Uganda.
Thank you. Mine is to follow up with the Rwanda seems to have moved a bit far in terms of programmatic. They indicated that they did a programmatic audit in 2022, and I think also is it Zimbabwe. In terms of reporting, programmatic audit being a new area, we are looking at, we want to benchmark from the reporting structure, and in terms of, because the moment you mention about programmatic, the first thing that comes into your mind is the outcomes, the results. And when we try to benchmark from the OIG report, they report on indicator performance, but at a higher level indicator performance. And for the period we are auditing, January-December 2022, they had indicator targets. So we'd want to measure those indicators, the achievement against the planned targets, and report at target level or indicator level, rather than consolidating performance, reporting on high level indicators. So if we would actually have a report maybe by Rwanda that was done in 2022 to try to benchmark and see how we can come up with the reporting structure. Thank you.
Would we get a reaction maybe from Rwanda and then Zimbabwe?
Yeah, thank you. The reports are available. What I will do is to talk to the office and see how we can share those reports or those information with you so that we can learn from each other. Thank you. Let's be in touch. Thank you.
Zimbabwe?
Thank you. The report is still to be finalized, and we also looking forward to the checklist so that we can check for ourselves whether we have complied. And once we also get feedback from Global Fund, maybe we can, once it's a public document, we can maybe then share. Thank you. And we are also having challenges in getting responses from the client. So the delay is not entirely on the part of the auditor. We also received the financial statements late. We received them in May when the reporting deadline is June 30. So really maybe something can be done to engage the PRs. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that from Zimbabwe. Any other question that is coming from the floor, or any reaction? Yes, Charles.
Mine is not a question. It's a comment. I don't know whether I'll be out of context if I make a comment at this time. It's fine? Yes. I was listening carefully when the countries, the SAIs were making their presentations. And I'm glad that what I expected out of the SAIs is what I'm hearing from this roundtable. But I've got one experience that I wanted to share with you. As the director responsible for specialized audits, I tried to follow up the audits. He is the chief auditor responsible for donor-funded projects or grants audits. Then I discussed with him that I don't want to review the report without seeing what is happening on the ground. So I chose one of the hardest to reach areas, that's in Izomba. It's called Lintipe. I'm telling you, even if I take this team, that let's go there, more than 75% will come back. They will never go there. But I managed to go to a place where it's called Lintipe. It's under Gavi, the vaccinations. What pleased me the most it's the approach where we are talking about the participatory as well as involving the citizenry. It's really important. According to the structure that we're having in Malawi, we have the smallest unit, which is a healthy unit. And at that unit, we have the people who are called healthy surveillance. I know, Charles, you know them. These are the people who start as cleaners in the health facilities. Then after working for so long, they help the nurses and the like to administer maybe Panadols, these small things. With period of time, they gain experience and they are entrusted to help the health workers with things like vaccine. I had a chat with 2 ladies at Lintipe Health Unit. I had 2 questions for them. One, how do they manage campaign vaccines? Secondly, how do they manage to reach the areas that I could not even myself reach and vaccinate them? I almost dropped my tears. Here is a health surveillance who has got a least salary, means of transport. She takes part of her salary, her a bicycle to carry the box and reach those people, vaccinate for them for free. Then the question was, if we are prudent enough and proactive in terms of carrying up with the funding mechanism that we are doing on Monday, why don't you consider these people? Providing them with maybe bicycles or any other means that can actually motivate them to do more. What it means is that we have people in the system that are not working for money. They are working as citizens and they're there 150% to save life, but they don't get support. So, as I agree with my brother that the funding issues should not be taken as fundraising. Let us consider these vulnerable people. How best can we reach them? How best can we encourage them, motivate them, and support them? And we auditors, we are not here only to tick boxes that we have watched the vouchers, we have seen the financial statements, therefore all the standards comparing the financial statement. That's not enough. Let's get to the root of the issues. And if I could go back to Nick, ISI 12, the value and the benefits of SI towards the betterment of the citizens. That's where now we should focus on. We know how to audit financial statements. We know how to make these other audit protocols. But are we adding value in terms of following the chain, the cycle, and also advise the PIUs how best they can administer those programs, both Gavi as well as Global Fund.
Thank you, Charles. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. And for me, this is not a surprise because I was also in, I forgot where we went, and we went for TB, we went on this visits and similar situation. The guy told us he uses his own means, and since then we try to include bicycles in our budgets and all that. But look, this is why I think we as donors, some of these things I think could be part of the audit, because assuming that woman doesn't do what she's doing, right, it means those vaccines will not reach that, and it's a risk. So you have to put it in the audit report. You have to put it there because it's a risk for the program.
It's a risk for lives. If I'm aiming 0 dose, no child should be left behind, every child should be vaccinated, and certain children cannot be reached because we've not included in our grants that possibility, it's a risk. We need to take action on that. And that's why performance audits and this programmatic audits are becoming more value to us than financials. And so for me, these, and I really love this kind of stories because, you know, I always tell my colleagues, yes, most of us are from Africa. We've been to villages, we've been to, but until you travel to some of these areas, you will never appreciate this kind of stuff. And I can tell you, me, I'm a Ghanaian, there are certain villages I've been to, depending on how you grow up, you see certain things, you can be an African, certain things you will not know. And that is part of the education that we have to have with this kind of program. Our programs are really very unique. The lives we are trying to save at times are not in the capitals. And I like so much what Rwanda also said, that at times at the top, everything looks beautiful. But you go down there, that is where most of the documents are not found. I mean, I can give you so many examples, even Madagascar, where they have to carry some of the drugs with horses or whatever to go up the hills. At times the horses don't want to go. What are you going to do? and then we come and we say we want supporting documents. Supporting documents from who? From the horse? So at times, you know, we have to go and appreciate with our eyes and experience. You know, at times we did another aspect, the guy threw us on the boat. You see the boat, you know, I looked at the guy and said, are you sure we can cross the river to the other side? He says, of course, boss, that's what we do every day. I didn't go. I was too scared. I'm like, this boat, I've been on boats, but this one with all the holes, I won't go. But these are the risks some of these people take. And I think that is why we rely on you guys, because it's true that you guys have that context. And that is why, that brings why we want to engage with you, to bring up these stories, so that when we also read these audit reports, we see these things and we go back to our people and say, look, we are not adding A, B, C, and Z. Finance officers, I always tell them in Gavi, you guys, you go and you sit in the capital and you send us pictures. Go and spend time in the villages and understand what is going on. And so we'll get there. But please, even if we don't, and one thing we can also do is, as you plan these audits and we know your schedule, we can also plan our missions to come with you to some of these areas. We can do it. We have no rule that says we cannot do that. So also for our own education, when you plan your audits and you are beginning to start the audits and go on the field and all that, just share your plans with us. We'll come along and go and have some mosquito bites and enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Yes. Good.
Thank you. We also have a similar situation to what Malawi is saying. There are those village health workers who volunteer their services but are paid food and lunch allowances. And according to the regulations, the payments should go through bank accounts. The village health workers do not have bank accounts, or if they have bank accounts, they live far away from the stations or towns, the towns where they can access the foreign the payments. And considering the rate of the food or lunch allowances is quite low, and if the monies are deposited in the bank accounts, they'll be rated by the bank charges, so they end up not being paid. And indeed, it affects the project, because
because they'll be demotivated, and in future they will not provide their services, thereby impacting on the achievement of the objectives of the programs. So if something can be done to look at some of these regulations, especially for low fees like food and lunch allowances for health village workers, if they can be reviewed upwards, or the mode of payment be reviewed so that they can easily access their allowances. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela, for that comment. Uganda, go ahead.
Thank you. I think the issues that have been raised are very valid. These countries are not, at some point they are homogeneous in terms of operations and in terms of implementation of these grants. However, like Charles indicated, if we have a hybrid methodology combining both performance and programmatic, actually those issues can strongly come out in these reports. If actually we identify performance gaps and the causes explaining the observed performance actually attributed maybe to non-payment of VHTs or low motivation or lack of transport equipment, protective equipment, I think it is from that point that actually we can justify to the funders that actually something needs to be done. I think if we look at it in that perspective, we can have a strong justification. Thank you.
Thank you, Ghana, for that.
One initiative we are working on, and we hope to make a lot of traction. One initiative we are working on and we hope to make traction is on mobile money. It's taking us time, but we hope to get there soon. And what we are trying to get to is to get to a point where those taxes, if we can include it in those waivers that we have with the governments. Because today, governments, because they are getting dry with money, they put in taxes there as well. Okay, so we are trying at least to have a discussion to say, if we are saying digital payments or mobile money, or this should be part of our payment mechanisms. And then we have to go the extra mile to make sure that the recipients are not being taxed, because it reduces, or we have to pay that tax, and our funding is tax exempt. So that will get there, but now we have to see some governments are taxing, some governments are not. And then, so the question is, one, you have to deal with the government, then the other one, you have to deal with the mobile companies and all that. So we'll get there. It's a big project, very important, and even our ED has asked us to come up with a strategy that we are trying to put together, and we'll try to address that. But I think where taxes are concerned, where that tax is going to government pockets, I think that we can do something about it through our grant agreements where we have tax exemption, and they have to apply for that. The tax exemption has to be applied by the implementing entity, and then once they apply for it and government says yes, then normally those waivers should come in or reimbursed. If government says no, then you let us know. We'll try to take it from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charles, for that. Any other reaction? I think I see none. I'll say thank you very much for that session. At least you have indicated the journey that you have taken together, and we're seeing where we are going. We're impressed to hear from you how you are carrying on post the training event. There's not much to do. I think we can rest for the day so that we can prepare to have our deliberations tomorrow. All right. Enjoy the rest of the evening.